Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry we did have a little bit of technical difficulties, but thanks for holding on. I am back here with Gary Redburn. Gary, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being a sponsor. I know a lot of people have been having hardware questions, but it's good to have you back from NAB. How have you been?
Been surviving, keeping safe, being good. Well, as good as I can be.
Excellent, excellent. So we did have a couple of questions coming in, and if you could, give people some of the updates, because, with hardware rollouts and performance, I know the beautiful thing is you guys sponsored us last year on the 3D Motion tour when we were on tour with some of these beautiful machines. And, this year, what do people have in store? What can they look forward to?
Oh, well, I mean, there's been some hardware refreshes in the meantime. We've got, the industry is in a state of flux at the moment with some great new releases coming out that are really going to change some of the graphics performance in there. And we've actually had a new range of mobiles, which we launched a few months back, which go all the way up now to the 5750, which is a 17-inch thin and light workstation. Right, absolutely magnificent piece of kit, and I'm not just saying that because I'm biased.
Excellent. There's a question coming in. Somebody was wondering if Wacom Cintiq, does that work on the remote setup? So if you're working remotely.
Yep, good question. I mean, again, working remote, we want to have all the tools that we had available back in the office. We want to be able to use those at home as well. And yes, the Wacom Cintiqs are actually supported under the Teradici umbrella there for the connectivity. There are some things you have to do to get it up and running effectively, but on teradici.com/Wacom, then they've actually got some instructional videos there as well as how to set up the tablet underneath the PC over IP remoting infrastructure. So be sure to check that out.
Very cool. So what are some of the big updates, technically that you're seeing just in the industry overall, from processing graphics cards, from mobile to, desktop? What are you seeing from the, inside of hardware?
Oh, inside the hardware, there's always been a demand for it. The thing that's happened, obviously, with the change now is we're now not going into the office and we're working more remote than we ever did. We're actually seeing a good uptick in the mobile workstation space. People are looking to take their work with them. And the great thing is that mobile workstations many years ago were always trying to play catch up with tower systems and whatever else in terms of power and performance. But with the advances now that we've got inside of mobile graphics, the advances that we've now had inside of mobile CPUs, you've really got a powerhouse that's on the desk that you can actually use for graphics processing power, etc. And then with the addition of things like Thunderbolt ports, you can now have external GPUs inside of there as well. So if you need even more horsepower than when you're on the move, so you can then use an external eGPU chassis, put that through Thunderbolt, and then actually have an external desktop power GPU actually powering some of your rendering jobs and graphics inside of that as well.
Yeah, that's fascinating, because I know on our machine here that it's like I think I have a Quadro 5000 in it or something like that, and that's screaming fast. And on the show, when we were using Redshift for rendering, it was brilliant. I mean, it's literally desktop performance on the go, and so that's something that is just a game changer. Years ago, before when GPU rendering was just getting started, that was one thing, and everybody was trying to get more cards. And now having this amount of power on the desk it's just a game changer, because you feel completely creative and flexible everywhere you go.
Absolutely, and with the updates that have happened with the RTX graphics as well. So now you're going into Quadro RTX with the 5000 series in there, all the way down to the 3000. You're VR ready inside of there as well, so you can generate VR landscapes and plug headsets into a mobile platform, still have them rendered as if synonymous to a desktop. So everything you've got now in your 15-inch and your 17-inch platforms, it's a phenomenal advance. Yeah,
that's big. Another question came in is this solution only designed for industries, or is there a solution for individuals?
You can use it as individuals, absolutely. You can do the connectivity. So PC over IP, if you install it on the host and then on the client, it's like a point-to-point connection. So if you've got something in the house, for instance, in a different room, and you've got a decent wireless setup, you could actually have your main work PC workstation in your office. But then if you want to spend some family time, but you just, everybody's like sitting around watching their favorite film or whatever else, and you just still want to crack on with a little bit of work, you could actually take a mobile device, run the PC over IP client, and then actually connect through to your workstation inside of your study. Being a geek myself, that's a way I sometimes operate as well. Then when you want to get into the enterprise side of it, it actually scales up that I could actually have pools of resource inside of my company, and then by allocating who connects to which pool, I can actually have a particular resource allocated to me or connect to the first available inside of that. So really what I'm trying to say is it's all the way from one-to-one all the way through to one-to-many brokered connections, blah, 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 which is a completely different topic in itself.
Right. So you can use it for resource allocation for a team, if you're looking, depending on power and everything else.
And then when you log in, depending if you're an engineer, a designer, or a manager who's just going to go and check some drawings or whatever, you can actually have a different power of machine allocated to you dynamically, right? Depending on which pool you're connecting to.
Very, very cool. Yeah, that seems like the majority of the questions that just came in here. Is there anything else people should be aware of when they're looking at, performance, or when they're looking at making a decision that you would recommend, especially you being, a gamer and about high performance? What are some of the things, that you would guide them in? Because we get a lot of questions. People are always asking hardware on the show all the time. So what are some of the things that you would suggest to keep an eye out on?
Yes, one of the obvious ones is when you have gaming cards versus professional cards. Right, that one always comes up. The gaming industry is refreshing time and time again, trying to keep pace with the technology out there. Business obviously lags a little bit behind that because we want to make sure that everything's stable. When you're actually having your career and your business that's based on hardware, you want something that's going to be reliable. You want something you can purchase at the start of a 3-year period, and at the end of a 3-year period, you know that the drivers have been certified and tested with the applications that you're going to be using, right? So that you know that when you're drawing and what you're seeing on the screen is accurate. The analogy that I sometimes give is if you're playing a game and it looks like a wall as you're running past it, then that's good enough. If, however, you're an architect and you're building a wall, you want that to look like and be a wall. You want it rendered accurately. So it's the speed versus the accuracy side of things. So it's not just buy the fastest and the cheapest, it's actually buy what's right for your job. The other question I normally get asked is, okay, how much CPU power do I need? How much GPU power do I need? We've got a great tool called the Dell Optimizer for Precision, which if you're already own a workstation and you're looking to say upgrade or whatever else, you can run that optimizer and it will give you a readout of how much CPU you're using for your workflow, how much GPU, and then you can basically put a stake in the ground and say, just because I've got this power of a machine, I might be using 100% of it and I need something more powerful. Or the other stage of it with the virtualization side is, how do I scale out my users? I can run the optimizer and say, okay, this is how much I need to allocate to that user because this is what their workflow is actually consuming, rather than, well, they've got a 5,000, I've got to give them a 5,000 in a virtual machine. That might not be the case because they might not be using the full power of that machine.
Right. And you guys also optimize for software. That's one of the things you guys do as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We work very, very closely with the ISVs in terms of when we release new hardware and the ISV certifications that go through it to ensure that you've got actual optimum performance inside of there. And then we have profiles on the optimizer for precision, which you can then say, okay, if I'm using one of these applications that's got a preset profile, it will tune your machine to give you the maximum performance for those applications.
Awesome. Well, Gary, thank you so much for joining us and sponsoring the show. Our audience has been really happy about the show and everything going on. So thank you. And we're looking forward to working with you guys at our next show at Adobe Max too. So thank you so much. And we'll be right back after this quick commercial break with our first presenter, Alexi.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in to the 3D Motion Show. I'm your host, Matthias Amatola, aka Major VFX on all the social platforms. We're here with amazing artists from around the world. Kicking it off today is Alexei, so check out Alexei.
Hey guys, I'm Alexei from Ace5 Studios, and I'm here presenting for Maxon at the Motion Design Roadshow. I'm a Cinema 4D character artist. I do rigging, which is mostly what I do. I've done a whole bunch of stuff. I started my career making models and textures for games. You know, I was a kid, I used to love to dig into games. Back then, games were pretty easy to open up. They were just a bunch of textures and models in a folder which was referenced. None of these archive stuff you have now. And obviously the first thing I did was open some textures, drew some penises on them, and had a good time. Slowly I got slightly more mature and older, and I figured out how to make custom models for games. I used all kinds of stuff back then. I used to Rhino and Milkshape and 3D Max. And so I figured out how to start adding games to models, and and then I realized there's a place called DeviantArt where people would post their stuff. It was basically like Instagram of the day. And I started posting stuff and people started liking it, and I was like, wow, I don't have to put these into games. I can just post this stuff and people dig it. And I started doing that, and eventually I got someone offered me a job. Some designer was like, hey, I got a drawing of an MP3 player. Can you make this in 3D? And I'm like, I can. And then he sent me $200 via PayPal, and I was like, no way. And that's how I became a 3D artist. Yep, that was the whole story. As time went on, I worked in some studios in Sydney, Australia, and I worked in some studios in New York, but most of my career has been pretty much remote. I've just always been online. I've always just put stuff on the internet, and people have contacted me to get me to do stuff. I apply for jobs sometimes, but I don't recommend it as the best way to do it. If you want to find out how to get jobs online as a freelancer, go read my article on my website. It's ace5studios.com. There's a business section in the tutorials page. It's basically just boils down to drink with people once, I guess, this coronavirus thing is over. Make friends and make a lot of stuff. Like if you don't like drinking, making friends is a bit slower, but make a lot of stuff and post it. That's the best way to get it. You gotta produce enough content so people see stuff that they want to make. I remember once I had a client who asked me to make a parrot for them. And the only reason they did this was because I had some parrots in my portfolio. If I didn't post, and it was a pretty simple picture, but if it wasn't there, they wouldn't have asked me to do that job. So that's very important, is make a lot of stuff. You have to make, because if people haven't seen you doing this stuff, they don't know that you can do it. And how are they going to hire you if that's the case? Breath. Today I'm going to talk about rigging. Let's have a look at my reel. Basically, this is what I do.
I was made for this. I was made for this. Born in the wild, born in the fire, built for the battle. I was made for this. I was made for this. Mind over matter, silence and doubters. I had the power. I was made for this. I don't
And that's what I do. But I'm going to talk about a much more basic level of rigging, because doing that stuff is kind of hard. And rigging is useful not only when you make characters. Rigging is basically hooking up one object to control many other objects. And I'm going to do it on the example of a chair, and a little seating arrangement later, because it's important to get your head around the basic concepts of how to do this stuff, and then you can attach that to any other parameters in Cinema 4D. Like, what I love about Cinema 4D is that everything is connected and everything is very intuitive, at least to my brain. Like, I've used a lot of software, and I always try new software when I learn stuff. And it's just like Cinema 4D has this object manager, which just has everything in your scene, and it's all there. There's nothing missing. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what Espresso is connected to, but you can just click on the object and then you can see which parameters are being connected to, and it's all there. Like in other software, you'll have like an outliner which lists all the object, but you don't know what materials are applied to it. You don't know what it's parented to. You don't know if it's parented. And there's like, you don't know, you have to open like different graphs, and you have to dig through this stuff to figure out. Whereas in Cinema, it's like a layer manager in Photoshop. It's all there. It's super convenient. That's why I always come back to it. Like, it's just so much faster to build things, and just the fact that you nest things and they will reference each other. It's beautiful. And today I'm going to talk about Espresso, which is basically how easy, like a very basic introduction to Espresso. So and you should watch this, because it'll save you so much time when you're building things for your clients. Because like sometimes a client will ask you to change, like if you make this chair and the client comes back and is like, yeah, my client or the art director said that we need to make it taller and skinnier, and we don't, and you start scaling everything, you start moving stuff, and you realize that this doesn't fit, so you have to remodel something. And the idea of rigging is you build dynamic things where you have a controller which lets you change the height, and the height changes the legs and the placement of stuff, and it all kind of hooks up together. And that's what I'm going to be talking about. Also, if you are interested in character rigs, I make character rigs which you can buy for Cinema 4D. You can use them in your own projects and your animations. I also have a pack of arms and legs which you can use to build your own characters. That's kind of a big part of what I do. And yeah, so let's go have a look at the chair rig.
Okay, so let's get started with Espresso, which I think is an essential part of rigging and making things interactive in Cinema 4D. I think it's a pretty important thing to understand in order to build dependencies where one object can make other objects do stuff. So let's start with a parametric object called a cylinder. Now, parametric means it's a dynamic object created with programming, which lets the user set human understandable things. So for example, here you can set stuff like the radius and the height, and you can change the number of segments, but you can't access, for example, you can't directly click on the polygons and change them. Because this is an object which is just basically using code and using these kind of variables to tell it what it's going to be. So let's bring this, you can scroll over just any of these fields, so bring them to 3 is fine. And let's start controlling this with Espresso. We're going to build a little controller, which is going to be similar to what we have here, but it's going to have more abilities, because right now you can click this and this one brings it in and out, and this one brings it up and down. What we're going to do is we're going to make one controller which can do both. And it's also going to be controlling a lot of other stuff later on when we work. So let's make a little cube. It's a big cube. Let's just move it accidentally. Let's scale it down. And let's move it over here. As you can see, if you click this little triangle here, you just move it in 2 axes. So the first thing we do is we're going to right click on this, and we're going to go to programming tags and Espresso. If your menu looks a bit different because you're using an older version of Cinema, just press Shift FC and type in Espresso with the object selected, and it should come up. So this is our Espresso dialog. Let's attach it down here. And let's do the first thing. Let's drag our cylinder in here and our cube. Now, if we want to add some parameters, we can click and drag and increase these. For example, with the cylinder, I want to control the height and the radius. And with a cube, I want to use its position. So position, this one is Y, because you can see that over down here, when I move it, the Y position changes, and its X position. You can also see the red thing is X here, and you could, figure out that the red is X. But when you move it, basically you see the X moves there. So what we're going to do is we're going to get our coordinate tab here. We're going to drag our X coordinates into here and our Y coordinates into here. Now it's important to drag these little letters and not the P at the beginning, because then you see it highlights the whole object and it will drag a general position instead of just the X. And what we're going to do is we're going to make this guy's X position control the radius. So let's just drag this position into the radius and see what happens. Okay, we see a little bit of movement. Let's go to display here. Let's turn out lines so we can see stuff a bit clearer. And as you can see, when we move this guy, the radius changes. So good, we got some progress. Up and down doesn't do anything yet. So now let's drag the Y into the height. And okay, that's kind of odd. That's not really what we want. And the thing you notice is because the height is not calculated from here to here, although this is the Y distance, because the Y distance is calculated from this floor plane. The height is actually calculated from the center, and then it goes in both directions. So what we actually want to do is we want to multiply this guy's position by 2 in order to get the right height. And to do that, we're going to introduce you the first node in Espresso, which is very simple. It's just called a math node. Just type this little expool and then search little thing and go math, and just math add and drag it in here. Now, and right now this is set to add, but you can set it to multiply or subtract or any of the regular math things. I'm going to multiply, I'm going to type 2. And here now, so position Y, we're going to drag this into the top input, because as you can see, and it'll disappear here. So now you just have input 2. So we're going to have whatever Y is multiplied by 2, and then feed it back into the height. And you can see that thing gets broken. And now we have what we wanted. See, now we have one controller to control its height and its width. Handy, right? Now, also an important thing which could help you here is a result node. I find it's useful to just keep this here because you can plug anything into it, and it'll tell you, for example, right now this is 15, and this one is 31 because it's multiplied by 2, and this one is 60. Sometimes when you can't find why something isn't working or why something's going wrong, it's useful to get the result node and just see every output, what number it's giving you. So now that we have this, the next step is we want to get this little kind of back thing on top. So let's make another cube. Let's get some names. Cushion. And as you see, it updates here as well. And this is the cube controller. Actually, let's just to make it easier. I usually name controls Comp Plus, but in this case, we're going to leave it here. Also, see how the cube here is like sitting on it? I want the cube to actually be a bit higher up. I want it to leave some distance. So we're going to add another math node. Drag it in here. We can also control drag nodes to copy them. And we're going to move it out here. And we're going to use the subtract to subtract maybe, so input 1 will be this output here that we're getting. And we're going to subtract maybe like 10 and drag this into the height. See, now it's a bit lower than the cube. So maybe 10, maybe let's increase this to, there you go. So now the cube is always kind of a bit above. And we don't have to use this for this one. Maybe we can use it for it doesn't matter. This is good enough. We can make it a bit smaller. And we can also select the cube here and go basic and turn this display color to on and change this to something visible like pink. There we go. So the next step is we want a little circle and we want the backing of the cushion. So as you can see, when I try to grab this doesn't work anymore because it's linked to this cube's position. So let's make a circle. It's a bit too big. Let's scale it down. And let's change it here in object mode. Let's change it from XY to XZ. There you go. And move this guy up. Now, what we're going to do with this guy, maybe scale him down a bit more, is we want to sweep a cube along this guy to make a back. So we want to deform a cube along it. So let's make a cube. This guy also a bit smaller. Move him up. And we're going to give him a bunch of segments in the Z direction. And then we're going to go to deformers, and holding the shift key, we're going to go spline wrap. And see this arrow right now, it's pointing in the wrong direction. We want it to point along these curves. So let's change this to +Z. There you go. And now let's drag this circle into the spline field here. Okay, as you can see, that's kind of makes it into a cube because we only have 4 divisions here. If we increase the amount of divisions, we can see it goes all the way around the spline, so it loops in like a donut. But the handy thing is here, spline wrap, we don't need to go from 0 to 100. We can go and make it 0 to 50 because we only want it halfway. And now maybe we have too many of these divisions, so let's drag them down a bit. Now the thing is, your cube is actually still here. Like, if you turn on the deformer, you'll see the cubes here, and you still have these orange boxes which you can control. So if you drag them out, you can affect the cube's dimensions. You can't affect the length because it's, you know, it's controlled by the spline, but we'll get to that in a bit. So we have this back, and let's add a little bevel to it. Let's get the cube here, and let's go fillet. And as you can see, we have this kind of, if we increase the size of it, for example, you'll see we get this slant here, which isn't really attractive. That's because the cube is very short and it's being stretched along the spline. If we make the cube longer, then it's no longer being stretched. See, because we have the cube selected here, and we can drag its controllers to drag it out. So that kind of fixes that problem. And you can see the deformer cage, this purple box, it automatically adapts to the size of the cube. So we got that problem done. Now, I want this cube, the circle, to move together with this controller. So I want the circle to move together with the cushion size. So in our Espresso here, we have the cushion, and see how the radius here is on the input side? We can also drag the radius onto the output side. So by dragging this red box. And now we can drag the circle into the Espresso, and in the circle, we can also drag the radius in, and we just feed this radius into that radius. And as you can see, make sure your cube is underneath the circle, like not inside, but below, because it first looks at the spline. And now when we move this cube, you will see that the circle spline also changes radius. So the back of it now matches the size of this cushion. And this is basically what Espresso lets you do. And let's go a bit deeper into it, because right now you'll see that the back of the chair cushion actually falls over the edge, but we want it to be exactly on the edge. So for example, let's name this back cushion. So when we change the width of this, we want it to stay inside the overall radius of the cushion. So let's go back into our Espresso. Let's drag our back cushion in here. And first, let's grab this length. So this length is the size X. And let's drag this into here. And make sure you're dragging this X again, not the size, because if you drag in the size, it'll drag in the whole thing, and that'll be incorrect. If we drag the whole one, see, it'll say just size, and that won't work in your setup. You can double click to remove these. And you can control double click on any of these to, if they're squashed up, you can control double click and it'll expand it to show you all the parameters. Now, so your back cushion here, we want this to affect the size of the radius. So let's get another math node. And we want this radius here, we want it to be a bit smaller than the radius of the cushion. And how much smaller is determined by the width of this cube. So let's drag this into the top field and the size X into the bottom field. As you can see now, if we grab it's not because we have to also feed this into the radius. Now it's making it too big because the radius is still set to add. We want it to be subtract. And as you can see, that's really not what we want. Because, see, it's going too far in. And now we're like, well, why is this happening? You know, what's causing this problem? And while I can tell you exactly what's causing it, but this is a good point for the result node to come in. So let's drag this guy over here. Let's unconnect this. And so we have the size in here, which is 32. And we have a size of this guy, which is 63. And you see, wow, that's like half. That's not the right size. And then you realize that actually this size is the whole cube. What we want is the offset to be just half of this. So for that, we're going to actually need another math node. So we can just copy and drag this one if you want, and just go here, divide, and put 2 in here, and drag this into here to the top one, and then drag this into radius. And again, we're having some slight problem. Okay, so let's drag this guy into here. What's the problem? Of course, because the divide shouldn't be here. The divide should be all the way out back here. So this guy, we're dividing the x by 2, and we're feeding it into our subtract, because we want to send only half the x to subtract. And then we want to drag this guy into the radius. There we go. And now when we drag our little pink controller, you can see it lines up to the edge pretty well. So we get the x size of the cube from here, because we can control it. Oops, wrong cube. This cube. We can control this. So, and it also adjusts the size of it depending on where it is. So this is very useful for making cameras and shutters and all kinds of stuff. So it offsets it by half of that height. And then we subtract it from the radius of this cushion. So this is the cushion radius, and we subtract from that, we subtract half of the cube height. And then we feed that into the radius of our circle spline. Now the next thing we want to do is we also want to make sure that when this guy moves up and down, that the circle follows it. So it's a very similar concept. Again, we have our circle, and this time, let's select the circle here. We want its coordinates, and we want its the y position. Let's drag that in here. As you can see, it's already set to 23 here. And how are we going to get our y position? What information are we going to pull? Well, it's pretty simple. We just want the height of this cushion plus half the height of the cube. So we've got our cushion object tab here, and we get our height to feed it out. So we want to add this, plus we want the back cushion height. So where's our back cushion? And we want this height, so size y. So we drag the y into our existing back cushion node here. And then we just add a math add node. And we drag this into here. And we drag this into here. Move this out of the way a bit. And now when we move this, nothing happens. Oh yeah, because we should probably drag this into the position y. Now, as you can see, it's offset a bit too much. Again, that's because we forgot to divide everything by 2. Because the height of this guy is only half the height, because we're going from the 0 coordinates here. So we should divide that by 2. And we already have this handy little node here, which is dividing stuff by 2. So just control drag it, drag this into here, and drag this into here. Actually, this is the back cushion height, because again, we want it to be halfway. And then let's copy it again and drag this height into here, because this is the height of the bottom cushion. And drag this into here. And there we go. And now when we move this, that thing sticks to it. See? And this already looks pretty complicated, right? But it's just simple divide by 2, add 2. Really nothing complicated here. And we're just feeding this into the position, into the y height of that circle. So that's really all you need to do. Whew. I hope you're still with me. Now for reference, let's also get this guy, let's give him some caps, and let's get some fillet so that he's a bit softer there. And again, we can feed this stuff into anything. Anything, basically, pretty much anything you see in one of these object parameters, you can feed into. You can both use that information, and you can pull other numbers into it. Now, I also want to control it to be able to control this guy's distance here, because I want it to be able to control that easily depending on what kind of chair I want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this cube here, and I'm going to just copy and paste it. I'm going to delete this Espresso tag from here and call this cube controller 2. And this guy's going to be a child of the cube controller. So now you can notice that its coordinates are all zeroed out. If we take it out of the cube, you can see this is its world coordinates, because it's looking at 0, 0 in the axis of the whole world. But if you put it as a child, its coordinate system changes to whoever the parent is. So since it's a copy right now, it's exactly underneath the cube. So if we move it out, you'll see it changes 35 centimeters, but not from the start of the world, 35 centimeters just from this cube that is its parent, because it's a child of it right now. So let's just make this guy a bit smaller. Maybe let's change his color to yellow. And what we're going to do is we're going to use this cube's location in the x coordinates to control the sweep of this guy. So let's drag, we can all do this in one Espresso tag. You can do it in separate Espresso tags if you want. It depends on your project. So let's drag our Cube Controller 2 and let's get our spline wrap in here. And for the spline wrap, I want to control our 2 coordinate. And for our Cube Controller 2, I want to take its coordinates and its X coordinate. And if I just drag this into here right now, it's going to be not super useful because it's basically using, for right now, it's using a percentage, and a percentage 0 to 100 is basically like 0 to 1 in all other numbers. So basically every 1 unit it's doing 100% rotation. That's why it's going all berserk. So to fix that, this really nice node is basically the other most used node that I use. It's called a range mapper. Let's drag this guy in here. And basically here, let's see, we have this yellow cube going from 0. So this is its, like X is 0. And let's say out to here is 51. So we want this range mapper to control from 0, which is input lower, to 50. And we want the result to be 0 to 1, which is fine because it's 0 to 100%. So let's drag this X into here, and let's drag this guy into the 2 field. And now we get what we want, right? We can control it. But also the thing that I'm not quite getting here is I want it to be always centered. I don't want it to be, like I want this to always be at the back of the chair. So if this here is the front, I want this one to always be centered on the back. So also easy thing to do. Let's get our spline wrap. And let's check out in our object field what we can use here. We can use the offset. I think that's probably the easiest one to use. So let's just go offset is going to be equal to half of this thing. So let's drag our offset in here. Where is it? Offset. And let's get we have a math divide here by 2, so we can just copy and paste this in here. And we can actually just use the range mapper here. We can use the same one. We just drag this into the top one. So this will be divided by 2, then drag into the offset. And not quite what we want. See how it works. Nope. Maybe we need to divide it by 2. Maybe we need a different. The offset is drag. Let's get another math node and multiply it by -1. So control drag this guy. And multiply, I think we need to multiply it by -1 because it's probably needs to go in the opposite direction. There you go. See, now it opens and closes. And right now it's kind of going to the left, but we can just fix that by getting our circle and just rotating it into the direction that we want. 9 degrees. Hold the shift key after you start rotating it to make it snap. And now this guy, we can move him. There you go. So basically we have this guy, which we can control the height with. And this little yellow guy, which we can control how much it comes out. See, that's kind of all the power of Espresso that you really need. And if we click on this guy here, and we can actually we have these controllers of the kind of the original cube, which was without it being deformed. And we can also make it higher or lower. And so we got all this control here. Now, the next thing I want to do is let's make some legs. And as with everything else, I want them to be dynamic. I want them to be controllable. So you can art direct it very easily. And maybe even animate this stuff. So let's make a null and move it out here. And this null, already have a null here. Anyway, this null here. And let's go to object here and change this to sphere. So that's the right size null. And let's control drag it, just grabbing this little red triangle down. So this will be our kind of the path that our leg will take. So let's call this top, mid, and bottom. Now, in MoGraph, we have this wonderful thing called a tracer object. Now, right now I just put the bottom one because it was selected. Let's drag our mid in here and our top. Make sure they're in the right order. Now, right now, it doesn't seem to be connecting them because what it does, it just traces their location. So if we press play, and then we move this guy, you'll see there's a tracer thing around it. So let's stop it. Let's do undo, put it back where it was. What we want here is we actually want not trace paths, we want connect all objects. See, and now we get this nice little spline. And right now it's a straight spline. What we want is we want to scroll down here and we want to change this from linear to B-spline. And we want intermediate points to uniform. There we go. And now we have this nice smooth spline. And when we move the controllers, we can change the leg shape. And we can actually say mid. We can control copy mid 1 and make sure you drag this mid 1 between the mid and the top. And now, if you move this guy, you now have a bit more controllers to get the shape that you want of the leg. And now this tracer is basically just a spline generator. So it's like any spline you have in here. So holding the Alt key, we click and drag on this subdivision surface to select and create a sweep. Not that one, here. We want a sweep nerve. If it's not in here automatically, just drag the trace into the sweep nerve. And then we want to make an end gun. And the reason we make an end gun instead of a circle, end side, is because it's easier to control how detailed you want the mesh to be. So let's drag this guy here underneath the tracer. Nope. Above the tracer. There you go. And if we want to make it smoother, we just increase the amount of sides and we can scale it down. So basically we have these legs now. This one leg. So let's move this leg up to here. Let's move this controller up to here as well. And this one we can move down here. We can also, I think we're going to reduce the size of this end gun. There we go. And as you can see, we can very easily control how we want this leg to work. Now, the next up, the sweep. We want to actually make a couple of these around here. So let's hold in the Alt key. Let's make a cloner. And in the cloner, it won't show up because right now it's kind of looking at these guys and making sure all the clones are copying these guys. We want to switch this from instance to render instance. Now you have a whole bunch of legs. And change this from grid to radial. And change your radius down to 0. And there we have it now. So we have the legs. And we can change the amount of legs we have here. And we can control one of them and they'll all control. If this grid is getting in your way, you can always go to display, options, and just go turn off the filter. There you go. Turn off the work plane. There you go. So now we have these fancy legs. And don't forget, this is all still controllable with Espresso. For example, this cloner, how many legs do we have? We have 5. We can make it 3 or 2. And we can connect this to any other parameter on this object. So for example, we can say that the radius of this guy, so the bigger he is, the more legs there will be. So just here we get our cube controller, wherever it is. It's still here, right? Let's drag this out. Let's just drag our cloner into here, cloner here, and count, drag it in. And then let's make a range mapper. So we have the position X will control how far it is. So the further it is, so for example, X to, I don't know, from 0 to 50, we'll create 0 to, I don't know, just put a random number, 0 to 20 legs and drag this into the count. It's too much. So maybe let's reduce this to 6. There you go. Maybe increase this distance to 83 or something. And now when we drag this pink, we're making it bigger, but we're also making the amount of legs higher. So it's kind of, you have this control to connect anything you want to almost anything else. And that's super handy because, when it's just very convenient. Like it's to build things that are easily adjustable. And, if your client says you want to change something, you can change it and it'll propagate all the way through. Like right now, we can very easily change the height and the shape of this without having to adjust each object separately. So if we make this cushion higher, it means everything just moves along with it. You don't have to go back in and change the height of this other cushion and then the placement of this circle that you use to spawn it and stuff like that. And don't forget, we can also do some simple pairing, for example, parenting. So for example, we have this, let's make a new null. So, and let's call this our chair top group or whatever. And we can drag let's drag this guy down here and let's put our circle and our cushions. Let's put them all into here. So now when we select this, it'll all move together. And I didn't press Alt-G because I wanted to create this null in exactly 0, 0 coordinates so it doesn't break all our Espresso that we set up. Because if you just press Alt-G, sometimes it'll make the null in a different place and then it'll break all your measurements because these objects will be looking at a different world origin. Remember how I told you how this cube is 0 here, Well, that would be the same problem that you would have if you just pressed Alt-G. You might offset some stuff. So anyway, so we have this chair group and we move it. But I also wanted to move I want the legs to grow with it. So we get our top guy and just drag it in here. And now when we move it, you'll see maybe even get our mid one and drag it in here. And now when we drag this chair top, no, that's the wrong one. We want mid one in there. There you go. And don't move it side to side because these are instances. But yeah, so now you can change the height of the chair and you can adjust where the legs are. And it's just, so much control and so much dynamic kind of. And let's turn off this calculator here so we can manually adjust our clone and we can just make these things. And, it's just so much power in your hands. So there we have it. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is I want to just do a quick demonstration of how we can also use this to build like a little couch or an airport seat. So let's make a new scene. Let's make a cube. And this guy, we can make him editable. Just in the polygon mode, let's add a little cut here. Let's select our face, control drag it up. So we have our little chair. And that's going to be our little seat, cushion kind of type thing. Seat. And we can make a little cube here. And move this guy here. And we can control this guy. And we call this start. And we call this end. And let's put some espresso on this guy. And let's drag our start in here and our end in here. And I'm going to show you another useful node. I'm going to show you a distance node, which is pretty much what you expect. So let's type in distance and drag this in here. And to get this guy, what you need is for your start, you need to go to coordinates and you need to drag the P, not each individual one. You need to drag the whole P in here. So it's the whole position, not just the position on the X or the Y. And then for the end one as well, you do the same thing. You drag that into here. And we feed these guys into here. Input 1, input 2. And just for good measure, let's get a result node. And drag that in here and drag this into the result node. So now you can see the distance between these two cubes. And this guy is about 200 because the default cube is 200 centimeters. So this makes sense. This is the distance that's between them. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use this distance between these two cubes to control how many times this guy gets copied. So let's go to Alt and put this guy into a cloner. And let's change the cloner object to linear. And change this from y to 0 to x to 50 or something. Nope, to z 50. Yeah, maybe increase it a bit. There you go. So we're going to control the amount of clones by the distance between these two cubes. It's because I want to be able to move this cube out and have more clones. So let's get our cloner and drag him in here. And how we do that is we basically do a couple. We do the count divided by the size of the chair, right? So we have this distance, which is 700, and the size of the chair is about 200. Or in this case, it's going to be 210 because that's how far they are with this gap. So we get our cloner, because we want to control the count, so we drag that in here. And we also might want to have another cloner because this will be controlling. Actually, now we don't. Yeah. We could feed, basically, we can just drag this Z out, but we're not going to use this because we're going to feed a Z. For now, let's use this to make it easier. So we're going to basically divide the distance by the Z number. So let's get our trusty math node and divide. So we're going to divide this distance of between these two cubes by the distance between each cloner. And this should give us a value like 3.3. And this is good because if we increase it, we get 4, 5, 6. Now the problem here is that the count here will only get the smaller numbers. If you drag it into here, you'll have 3.3 will equal to 3. So if we drag it out, it'll kind of spawn them in. which is good because now if we get our cloner and we, for example, increase this distance, see, they start disappearing as they don't fit. So this way we can basically make this little kind of dynamic airport seating or a couch or whatever it is. The only last thing you want to do is you want to figure out how to also fit something on an end. So if we, for example, make another cube, and so it's like the end of the couch, right? The one here, control copy in this one here. And we want to control this guy's coordinates in the Z based on number of couch cushions multiplied by the distance, right? Pretty easy. We know how to do that already. So let's drag out, this is our end handle. So we know what it is, drag it in here. And we just do the maths. So we want this Z coordinates because we're in the blue one. So position Z. And we want it, because if we just parent it to our end cube, then it won't be really matching up to the end of the thing, right? So we want this to be unparented. So let's get our cloner here. We have our count. So we can just use the count from this one here. So object, count, and we just multiplied by the Z. So let's get our math again. Change this to multiply and drag the count multiplied by the Z. And let's feed this into here. And as you can see, there's a bit of an offset. That's because we actually, as you can see again, we have our world axis is here. So we have that half a unit offset. We can fix that pretty easily by just moving the cloner so that it starts at 0. But we can also do a bit of maths to add it. It's not that hard. But basically now if you see how it stays a consistent distance from the chair, it doesn't follow this cube. If you want to fix it, just let's do a bit of math. It's pretty easy. It's just half of this 200. So let's add math. Let's go divide by 2. So this is 2. This is divide. And drag this into here. To this first one. Oops, drag it in. And then we want to get another math. And we just want to subtract before we get this final distance. So we just want this guy into here and this guy into here, and we want to feed that into our final distance. And there you have it. Now when you move the end cube controller, that thing matches exactly where it's meant to be. And that's basically what I want to talk about, just this kind of amazing usage of Espresso to build dynamic scenes. So when you're filling out a scene, you just build it once, and then if your client says, can we make all of these longer, and it's longer. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about is how what we just learned there is applicable to this. Obviously, I'm not going to teach you how to make this, but I just want to demonstrate kind of a quick overview of the similar techniques that I use. So for example, we have this controller here for the eyebrow. If I move it up, I get this movement. If I move it down, I get this movement. And if I move it side to side, I get this movement. As you can see here on the right, I have the pose morph tag, which if I move this left and right, this brow mid moves. And if I move this up and down, then this brow L down moves. And if I move them together, you get this wavy little motion. And this is all controlled with a similar Espresso setup. As you can see here, I just have the controller, multiplies, range mapper, and pose morph. And it just feeds right in. And the mouth has a similar setup, left and right, but it's a bit more complex because it has a bunch more sliders. And here's the Espresso, slightly more stuff, just a bit. But it's still the same stuff. It's just range mappers, math nodes, and the pose morph. And I just drag the stuff in here just like we did before. And then I make the X and Y position of this controller, move all the other stuff in the way I want. So it's just a slightly more complex version of that. And then it's some clever parenting, like this guy, for example, also moves the whole mouth section up and down. And these controls are just stuck in there. They're not actually controlling, like they're not joints. This is all pose morphs. The only joint I have is for the jaw. And I have this controller, which I move up and down. And here, it's just this guy moving up and down. Through a range mapper, rotates the jaw joint. Because I didn't want to have a rotate on this, I just decided that it's easier to just move stuff around. So that's basically how my rig works. And you can buy this rig from ace5studios.com. Has a whole bunch of features on it. And yeah. Hey guys, you made it to the end. Well done. I am proud of you. That was a big thing, and there was lots of espresso, and we managed to stick it all together, and we got a little chair and all that stuff. And if you have any problems, make sure to reach out to me on social media or just through my website. It's ace5studios.com, my YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. Twitter is the best way to reach me. If you have a question or something, just tag me there. Also, I'd like to just thank you all for actually watching this and turning up, and to Dave and Matthias and Peggy and Heather for organizing all of this, and all the Maxon developers who've made this amazing piece of software, which has given me the life that I have. I mean, most of my professional career is based around Cinema 4D, so I'm incredibly grateful for the work you've done. Keep up the good work. All of you, the developers, the marketers, the product managers, you're doing a great job there. So keep it up, and hopefully I'll see you next year at the conference without all of this.
All right, welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Alexei. Amazing stuff, brother. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up?
All the things, man. All the things. So we got a number of different questions, and I have to first of all say thank you for making Espresso visually fun, and because it can be intimidating for a lot of people. So I really appreciate your presentation. I know a lot of people have as well. So here we go. Let's dive right in. You ready? You ready for some of these questions?
Sure.
That have been excited. So why use the divide node and not move the axis center point to the bottom of the y-axis?
Yeah, because you got to make the object editable, and if it's editable, you lose all the dynamics of changing the amount of subdivisions or the length and etc. So yeah, we don't really have that feature yet.
We're trying to keep it all parametric, folks. So
Yeah.
it editable would lose that. I put in that request though at the break. I saw that question. I was like, maybe we can do something. I don't know. I don't know how the wizardry works of primitives. All I know is that would be cool if you could change, a couple positions. Somebody was wondering, have you had a chance to work with scene nodes yet? And what are your thoughts on them?
Not extensively. I've played with it a bit, but haven't really had a chance. But the thing that I noticed was that the cloning in it is really fast, and it should open a lot more possibilities. Like this stuff, Espresso is still. I think most of the stuff should be transferable eventually to scene nodes. It's a bit of a different workflow with scene nodes because it's more like it's pumping everything through every node rather than kind of just pulling out individual things.
The whole downstream project.
Yeah. And because you don't have the stuff in the object manager, it's kind of a separate kind of environment.
Right.
So yeah, but.
Yeah, it's
I
still
think
just like a different process to work with.
Yeah.
We gotta start figuring it out. But Jonas will actually be on right after this, so we'll be able to bother him some more on some of the scene nodes. So somebody was wondering, or let's see, simple projects or a course or anything to learn Espresso without their brains exploding.
Well, this video.
So watch this again.
Yeah.
And again. And again,
I have some Espresso stuff on my YouTube. There's one about making a simple terrain with controllers as well. But yeah, it's definitely something I should look into making because.
Yeah. Well, I already talked to Michelle at Cineversity, so if you want to turn out some little stuff, I'm sure she'll be glad to have you on the lineup. So yeah. So we're gonna say you've already said yes to that, and that's gonna be a thing sometime in the future. There you go. We'll say that. We'll commit here, so then you have pressure, and then it works better.
Nice.
At some point. So somebody was wondering, what's the #1 feature that you would like to have in Espresso? I don't know if that was from product development or somewhere else, but I'm gonna ask it. So
honestly, whenever I watch a Blender tutorial they have this thing called Node Wrangler. It's like a plugin, which just adds a whole bunch of shortcuts in methods of connecting nodes. Like you can drag and right click through a connection and it disappears. And there's just if you search that's going to be the bunch of features that will be great, for easier connection of nodes.
What's it called?
Node Wrangler. It's a plugin for Blender.
Okay.
And they've thought about it, and they've really come up with lots of useful things.
All right, I'm sending that in right now. See, and it's done. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, no, but I think it's like a lot of those features already exist in the material node system, so I guess it'll all work its way in there as it migrates.
Very cool. Somebody was wondering your most complex node setup.
It's hard to tell. Like honestly, like this like face that I demonstrated, that's a pretty complex one I've done, just because it like made my head really hurt while making it. I remember once when I was in university, I was studying aviation management, and in Cinema 4D, I built like a cabin model, which where you can drag the amount of like first class seats and like second class seats and the size of each seat, and that would predict the income you have from each flight based on so it was like I used it basically as a very complex Excel spreadsheet but with like a visualized cabin.
That sounds like fun. All right, let's see here. Somebody was wondering what renderer.
It's mostly Octane. I used to use Physical. I think honestly I'd say use Redshift if you're doing stuff with tighter deadlines. Like Octane's problem is I really like how easy it is to get a nice result, but its stability is questionable. Like and also it's honestly like when I used to work in more like tight deadline jobs, like I used to do stuff for festivals or for events which actually had like tight deadline, I needed something which I could farm out. And right now all GPU renderers have this issue where they're not like farming them is always harder than just sending a file and going render this for me. Like some ones you have to install the render engine, some of them have like weird licensing and but just for getting started, like Octane is great. I mean,
so buy more video cards.
Yeah, that's
build your farm, folks.
Yeah, that's really the issue. You have to build your own farm, and that's kind of not like sometimes you have like 200 hours of rendering. It has to be done in like 2 days because legal came back and said we can't use the color green anymore, and it's that's my only issue with current render engines. But thankfully, I've mostly do rigging now, so I don't really deliver final renders that much. So it's someone else's problem,
It's like I have the rig. You have a rig. I'm done here.
That's basically that's what I do now.
So you can so some of that rig that really complex rig, the woman that you mentioned, people can get that, right? So
it's on my website.
Yeah, awesome. So well, if you guys are on YouTube, definitely check out 3dmotionshow.com. You can also see the links to our different presenters and stuff like that. So if you want to find out more, you can dive in there and also replay the video. He posted all that info for you. Somebody was wondering, what do you do to effectively learn all this stuff?
Practice. It's just come up with challenges and try to fix it. Also, I think most of the stuff that I learned this was when I was starting out. I was just on forums and C4D Cafe and mograph.net, and just people asked how to do stuff, and I just figured it out. That's.
So just grind on it. Just keep going.
Yeah. Obviously, watching other people really helps. Like someone mentioned Rocket Lasso in the comments, and thanks for putting them on the same level as Chris. That's very nice. But yeah, he has a lot of videos. Like his stuff is great. Like I wish I had that when I was learning, because he just has masses of all this. He just demonstrates how he pokes and clicks stuff, and then it works. And so that stuff's a great place to learn, I think.
Yeah. Chris does an amazing job. Chris, come on the show. We need to get you on the show here. Maybe Adobe Max. Let's talk later.
So I think Rocket Lasso is a great place to watch to figure a lot of this stuff out.
Yeah.
But it's generally just you got to challenge yourself. Give yourself, can I make this palm tree dynamic and transform into a Christmas tree with a slider, and then go try it.
Project request, folks. So internet, I'm looking for a link to that project file by the end of first thing in the morning, my morning tomorrow. I want to see who did that. Somebody's going to do it because you inspired them. So let's see here. I may have missed it. How did you get deep diving into this? So when did you really start your deep dive into the world of Espresso?
I don't know. At the beginning, I think
right from the start.
Yeah, it was pretty close. Yeah, because I remember I really liked being able to automate things, and first I put stuff in a hierarchy, and then I'm trying to remember where I read about Espresso first. What would be the tutorial? But But yeah, it was really early on. Like I don't remember a time when I wasn't using Espresso. I like automating things, and I can't remember what it was, but it's early on. Yeah, definitely.
So somewhere early, just right from the start, you found it and you just started using it right away.
Yeah, I love that you can like make one thing do a lot of other things. It was,
set driver, set driven, and then away you go.
Yeah. I think like my main project, the first one I was doing was like for some projection mapping thing where there was basically a bunch of camera setups, and I used a bunch of Espresso to match the lenses with the wall size projection or some weird stuff like that. And I think that was, the client really appreciated that because he could just move the camera anywhere and everything would line up.
That's definitely a good use, and we actually have some camera projection stuff coming up later. So if you guys are into camera projection, stay tuned for this afternoon because you guys are going to really be in for a treat. Somebody was wondering about change color with Espresso.
Yeah, of course.
With that much?
Yeah, just drag it in. It's everything. It has, just try and drag into Espresso and see. Yeah, mostly works. You can also blend stuff.
Drag it.
Yeah, you can also do like, there's like layers, and you can do like different colors and blend them. You can also affect the alpha or the transparency, so one, fades into another. There's a bunch of stuff there.
Very cool. How profitable is the sale of 3D models for games?
Average.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like. It's mostly I do it for a hobby. Like I still make most of my money from actual jobs. Like this for me, like selling models is good because I get to make something, I get to practice, and I get to push one of my skills further, and then it makes some of the money back. It's still a relatively small market, I think. Like it's
it's just for us, right? It's like who's really buying this stuff? It's like other nerds like us. This is our market here, folks.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think one of the things that's interesting is when you talk about practice. People are doing daily, art pieces, but are you doing a daily rig? That's the new challenge. Let's do 100, do a daily Espresso rig.
Yeah.
That's it. Be the Beeple of Espresso. Somebody out there. You can be famous if you decide to be the Beeple of Espresso. So make that a thing. A couple other questions here. Is it possible to make UI to control the Espresso parameters?
Yeah, of course. It's user data, just drag it all together. It's exactly the same process. You just drag the object with the user data in, and then you drag the little nodes to connect it.
So you can use user data for all that. Yeah, you can create some pretty nice sliders and things. So that is a yes. And you'll see more of that on his upcoming tutorial series on Cineverse.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to keep selling it until it's so.
Okay.
All right. Another question here. Since Redshift use the same kind of Espresso interface, was wondering if you could ask if it doesn't have any issue with the precision of connecting nodes when zoomed out. Have you used much? Yeah, I don't.
No,
You have any issues with the precision? So I guess you haven't been using much Redshift yet.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah. So
But I agree, it's hard to connect the nodes because they are pretty small, and especially if you have like high-res screens, it can be challenging. But you can zoom in, so scroll.
Yeah, zoom in. We covered that yesterday. That was somebody else came up with that, and it seems like the solution is zoom in. So it's like a lot of zoom in, zoom out, but it makes it so much easier to connect there. Anything you want to leave folks with before we go? Like I said, that was the last question I had from the interwebs. Is there
I see someone here also asked if buying the rig will help you learn how to recreate it. And to some extent, it's still going to be a lot of, like you got to like dig into it, but it's all open. It's all, unlocked. It's open source, basically. Once you open it, you can then start, seeing what the Espresso is and figuring it out.
Yeah. And go piece by piece, eyebrow by eyebrow. You don't have to overload yourself. Like just focus on one part of it at a time instead of just open up everything and then. I learned most of this by watching like Maya tutorials and figuring out with the help of the manual and how to get it to work in Cinema. Thankfully, Cinema's rigging system is very close to Maya's, so it's not a huge stretch. Just lots of trial and error. So you started in Maya and then came over? No, I didn't start in Maya. So you didn't? You just dove right in? So So you just started looking at Maya tutorials and then just adapted them.
Yeah,
to Cinema.
because there's not many character people in Cinema, so I just started seeing how they do it in other tools, and then adapting it to getting it to work in Cinema.
And it all just translated. Look at that, folks. Just yeah, wherever you go.
Not,
and that's the
not
nice thing.
just, but it does. Yeah, get
Just
there.
it just works like that. It's just that simple. A wave of your magic wand. But that's one of the nice things, though, is once you actually learn the concepts underneath it, then it's just like learning the names and the tools and seeing how things translate. Because I've definitely picked up a lot of things from other programs over the years, and then it's like, oh, can I do that in Cinema? And it's yes, you can. It's just like slightly different. So if you do have skills and tools in other programs, you can definitely look at how to translate those over. It's a big time saver too if there's something particular, because it's still all the world of 3D. It's just how do you work with it within.
Unless you're using ZBrush, then nothing translates.
then you're on your own. That's it. Well, awesome, Alexei. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. This was really inspiring.
Thanks
I know a lot of
me.
people are out there. I saw a couple people accepting the challenge for the palm tree to Christmas tree rig. So we'll expect to see that, and we'll definitely at you. So definitely check out all the links to Alexei's stuff so you can check out some of his rigs, dive in, and have more fun with Espresso. But we'll be right back after this short break with our good friend Jonas to go over more and more of R23. And some scene notes. We'll see you after this break.
Okay, see you, everyone. Thanks.
Ciao.
I say you heard me on the stereo, and it's so smooth. Got that rhythm, got that groove. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Nah.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
I get down. I get show me just what you got. Turn around. Don't ever let 'em hold you back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. Yeah.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
My name's Joel Deadmau5. I've been following Jonathan Winbush for quite some time.
Little plug for my friend Winbush.
Hey, this is Dave from MoGraph.com inviting you to check out a new free Cinema 4D Unreal tutorial from Jonathan Winbush. He's taking the Unreal world by storm, and you can't help but say, what up, what up?
What up, Winbush here.
What up, Winbush here. And today I'm excited to give you a teaser of my course created in Unreal exclusively on MoGraph.com.
In this full sample lesson from his upcoming course, Winbush will show you how to bring FBX animations and Mixamo data from Cinema 4D into Unreal Engine.
Cinema 4D and Epic, John Winbush.
If you like that lesson, sign up for notifications on when his course becomes available, and head over to Winbush's YouTube page for more Unreal goodness.
Definitely check out Jonathan Winbush on YouTube.
Cinema 4D and Unreal. Let's go!
Make sure you go to MoGraph.com. I'll check you there. Take care.
Winbush.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I am here, as promised, with Jonas Pilz. Jonas, welcome, brother.
Hey, what's up?
So what do you got for us today?
Today I'm going to show some of the character improvements that we introduced with Cinema 4D Release 23. And yeah, pretty excited to show them.
Let's dive into that.
Yeah. Okay, before we start again, I have to advertise our Monday webinars. So yeah, if you scroll down the page that I think will be, well, the link will be posted in the chat.
I'm posting it now.
Yeah. You see that we've got the September Monday webinars here, and the next one is going to be, yeah, the brand new stuff inside of Cinema 4D R23. All right, just sign up for them, and also for the other ones. We've got some exciting stuff coming up about fields, and also about fracturing in the motion graphics context, which is quite exciting, and a little bit thinking outside the box. And yeah, now let's just dive in.
You gave me another link, Jonas, real quick, so I can share that. Yes, this is yesterday's scene node setup, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I created a scene where I just put in all of the setups that I showed the last 2 days, and I turned the assets into groups again, so you can open them up and explore, and you can also turn them into assets again if you want to. Yeah.
All right, so I just posted both of those, folks. So if you're online and in the chat, just make sure to check that out. You can see the latest on the Red Giant webinars coming up, as well as the scene nodes that Jonas presented on the last 2 days. So check those out. Now we can dive back to you.
All right. So today we're going to start with the new pose library system. You can find it in the character menu here. Go to Manager and Pose Library Browser, and this is what comes up. And if I fold this all here, you can see there's a folder preferences, then there's a JP database, then there is a notes database, Jonas. And what you have to understand about the pose library, and that's very important, is that pose libraries are not stored with the scene. They are stored separately. And if you go to Edit, Preferences, and Files and Paths, there is a section called Databases, and here you can mount any folder on your hard drive or on the company server, or you can just add a folder from here, and this will then be used as a database in both the pose library and also in the node-based environment for material nodes and also for scene nodes. So I just divided those two. So here's my notes database. Here's the other database that I use for the pose library. And this is what you can see showing up here. Now, I already created a pose library for this character. This is the male character, which is completely rigged from the content browser. And if we have a look here, we've got the database, then I just hit this button to create a new library. That's this one. Then you can create a new folder. And in that folder, you can see that we have got a lot of poses. Here are the poses for the arm. And as you can see here, those are the parameters which are stored with the pose. So if I just drag the slider here and move it, you can see that the arm is moving up. And here you can see what happens We are searching for the objects lcolor con plus and the IK arm controller and the PV controller. And in here, you see the values which are stored, and those are making the pose. All right. So let's create a new pose. We will start creating a pose for the head. So let's select the library, the full library here, and hit this little button, which says create new group. And we want to create a new group for the head. And then I select the head, and that's a habit. First of all, I don't change anything. I just create a new pose hitting this button, and I will name this default. So here's my default pose, and you can see the head controller was selected, and here is my head controller, and these are the values that have been stored inside of, well, that pose now. Then I go back, select the head controller, and just for demonstration purpose, I move the head to the side, and I create another pose, and I also rename this to be turn right. And now if we open up the head controller here, you can see that rotation B has a value of -47 point whatever. We can also double click in here and just make it -45, so you can adjust those values here. And now the cool thing is that we just can, blend between them. I can go back to turn right and maybe let me do it this way. So here we go. Yeah, now it's blending here, and we've got a lot of poses already set up. We can do that for the whole character, for parts of the character. And as I told you, this whole library is not stored with the scene, so we have to save it by hitting this button. Now we save the library here. Okay, so now what we can do is we can either apply poses from here, so something like fight, like this one. We can also do the walking pose, but we can also click this button here, and this will bring up the thumbnail view. And everything that has been a group before will now be a tab up here. And here you've got a very nice indication for what you're doing. And yeah, I can also set everything up here also with blending, blending in the thinking, for example, and also mix everything together. If you want to use that in animation, you can, for example, use the new auto keyframing to create all of the keys for the controllers that are part of the pose. But you can also, and that is the very cool thing, transfer these poses to every other character that has got the same rig. So to demonstrate this, let me go to the content browser and let's search for the female character, the rigged female character. Here we go. Just needs to show up here. Now, here we got her. And I can limit those poses to one character or just set it to global. If I set it to global and click thinking here, both are thinking. If I hit walking, both are walking. If I go back to the default pose, both are in the default, and I can blend in fight, for example. But I can also switch the limit to selection hierarchy, and then right now the female is selected. I can make her walk, for example, and then I select the male and make him think. So if you work, for example, in a visualization project, like an architectural visualization project, you could create a full library of characters with the same rig, and you create those poses, and then you can just say, well, in this shot, I want to have the female character be in the thinking pose and the male in the walking pose, and so on. All right, so this is the basic concept behind here. It's very powerful, and I want to show you another thing that you can do with that, because it's definitely not limited to characters. I created another library that is called furniture, and let's open up this here in the pose library. So here we've got a door open, close door and drawers, and a drawer open, and I will also go to another scene. By the way, if you hold down the shortcut V, you get this global menu here. And let's go to the living room scene that I created. Move this to the side. And here, let's open up the pose library again, just to show you what's happening. So in the door open pose, the pose library is searching for an object called door_parent, and it's going to rotate it by 90 degrees. And in the drawer open, it's searching for a drawer_parent and moving its Z position by -35. And the closed door and drawers just sets both back to 0. So this is what's happening in those poses. And now I can, for example, set this to global and just open all doors. Or I can open up all of the drawers. Or I can set this to selection hierarchy, go to this door, for example, and just open that door. And the cool thing about this whole system is that it's incredibly easy to rig another piece of furniture. To demonstrate that, let me again go to the content browser and let's search for the media wall. Here we go. That's the media wall. And the first thing I want to do is I open up the hierarchy here and I get rid of all of the Espresso here. There's a little bit of rigging inside here, but we don't need it. What we need is for the drawers, well, we need a new name for them. So I already told you the name that it needs to be is drawer_parent. And then we are going to copy that name and paste it here in the other drawer as well. And then I'm just going to select both, go to the coordinates tab here and reset the coordinates or freeze the coordinates so that they are zeroed out. And now have a look what happens. Now I can already open the drawers here, which is incredibly easy. And I can do the very same thing here with the door. So let me go to the door. It's here in the box. Here is the door. We just rename this to be door_parent. And we also freeze all of the coordinates here. Now they are zeroed out. And now if I open the door, it opens up. So this is really incredible. And I can go back to global and open all of the doors or all of the drawers. So it's name-based, and this makes some of the rigging stuff really easy to do, like I just showed you. And yeah, this is why I really love that feature. All right, but we have to go on. I want to show you other stuff. And we've got a new retargeting system here. So let me hit play. We see we've got a walking character here, and I downloaded this particular animation from Mixamo. And here you see the full character, and I want to transfer this motion here to another character, to this puppet character here. And in order to do that, we now need to define the character. What does that mean? Well, we have to right-click the character, and then we go to rigging tags, character definition. So by using this tag, we can create the definition for the character. We can open the manager, and you can see we've got some body parts already in here, the classic biped characters. We can also add body parts. And if we unfold these categories here, you can see that, well, we're having a joined link field here. And what we need to do actually is to bring in the joins for all of the body parts. But this is a task that would take a little while. But there is an easy solution to do that. What you can do is you can just extract the skeleton, and then it will use the strings here to include or strings to exclude just to extract the skeleton. And by default, this perfectly fits this rig here. So if we go to spline, we see all of the spine. All of the spine joints are in here. If we go to the neck is here. If we go to the fingers, you see all of the finger joints in there. So everything is defined. The next thing we need to do is to define the reference pose. So let me select all of the weighting tags here and reset the guy to the bind pose. And now let's compare him to the other one. And the important thing is that those two need to match. You can see that our male guy here is in an A stance and the puppet is in a T stance. So we need to line these up. And in order to do so, I go down the hierarchy here and I go to the left shoulder and move it up a little bit, and to the left arm, move it up a little bit so that it fits the other rig or the other character, just like so. And then I just go back to the character definition tag and click set reference pose. Now both are having the very same reference pose. If I now unfold the hierarchy of the male puppet here, we also got a character definition tag. So the character is already defined, and there's another new tag that is called the character solver. And this is asking for a source character definition and a target character definition. Now the target character definition is already in here. So we just need to drag and drop our character definition that we just created in here, press play, and voila. Now the puppet is also walking. So this is pretty cool, and these two rigs are not exactly the same. So there is a difference between these rigs, and it still works if you want to transfer the, or if you want to retarget the rig because of the character definition. Now, let me show you something else. Let's get rid of the male Mixamo character, and I want to show you our new motion capture library. So you can download the motion capture library. It's in the online updater, and in here there is this puppet character, and there's also a library of motion capture clips. It's more than 40 motion capture clips. There is running, there's jogging and whatnot. And yeah, let me just double click the runner and let's see. We press play and you can see, okay, the rig is running, the character is not running. What we need to do again is select the character solver tag and just drag and drop the character definition tag, which is already here in the motion capture file, into the source character slot in the character solver tag, and then we can press play and the guy is running. But he's running in the very same spot. And in order to fix that, we just need to make him a child of this motion offset object. And now if we press play, he's running. Okay, let's set that back to the very first frame. Let's choose another character like a pickup from table or another motion capture animation and do the very same thing. We just drag and drop the character definition into the character solver, and here we go. Well, it's a little bit short, so let's extend the frame, the scene. So here we go. Good stuff. All right, I've got one scene left that I want to show, and it is this one. What we've got in here is one of the two new character templates. If we go to character and create a character object, we can choose from a template, and now we've got a new face rig, and we also have got a new Toon rig. And what we're seeing here in the viewport is the new Toon rig. Okay, let me show you what this is capable of. Well, at least I can just scratch the surface, but I think you will like it. All right, let's just move the leg a bit up, and let's move the torso a bit down, and let's also create some like arm pose here, something like that. like so. So far, so good. That's nothing special. That also works with the other character rigs. But now here comes the interesting part. First of all, this thing is completely bendy, so you can push it wherever you want. The other thing is that you can scale all of the controllers here, and the rig will do this. So you can create like bendy knees, bendy elbows, like so. You can also scale it in X direction. This will make the legs thicker. You can also scale the hand, for example, or we scale the whole torso, and then we decide to scale this down again. Now our sporty guy doesn't look that sporty anymore. But you see how flexible this is, and this is in every area. Now let me go to the hand rig here. It's also awesome. So we can grab one controller here, we can move it into different directions, and everything is really well automated. We can also just select the whole hand, and look at this. Just by moving this controller, we've got really nice motion, and the cool thing is that you can still grab the character or the controllers for the single joints and just rotate them or bring them into the pose that you like to have. And also, this character comes with a face rig. So let me select this controller here. So we've got sync options here for the mouth, and you can see that all of the controllers here also move with it. If I move the brows, all of the controllers go with that, and I can still zoom in here and just select a character and pull it down. So you've got a lot of flexibility in here, and it's really incredible work. Yeah, so just as a little teaser, tomorrow there will be an update regarding tutorials. So you might watch one of the tutorials upcoming tomorrow, because then you can learn how to rig or how to create one of these rigs. All right, but more about that tomorrow. I think my 15 minutes are over. So,
well, welcome back. That is great stuff, Jonas. That is super exciting. I still have to kind of wrap my head around it because I haven't done too much with characters, but if I get that right, so that is its own rig. It's just your own Toon rig. So if you have your character, you build to that, and then you have all these control options.
Yeah, exactly. It's another rig template, but it's incredibly powerful and just a lot of fun to work with because it's so flexible. You can stretch everything, you can bend everything. It's amazing.
Yeah. No, it looks really good. Somebody was wondering, and this might be, you know, maybe we do something on this later, is a way to transition part of the body into physical dynamics. I guess that'd be kind of like, you know, ragdoll dynamics, you know, using some type of collision deformer or something like that. Is that something that you should do a tutorial on that? I don't think we can answer that in this, but maybe looking at transitioning rigs, you know, if somebody's looking to have something, you know, collide and for like fractures or dynamic collisions on something like that. That was the question. I don't think we have time for it because we have Bart and Boss actually standing by. But Jonas will be back here with us tomorrow, so make sure if you have more questions to have those ready. And so we're going to cut over to Boss and Bart, and we'll see you guys with more Q&A right after that.
All right. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Bart.
Hi, I'm Bas.
And we are part of Tiny Giants, a 3D animation studio based in the east of the Netherlands. And we focus on creating animations for the commercial world. And what we try to do is we try to create as many cool creative products in that world as possible. And today we'll be talking particularly about production workflows that we use and how we use Cinema 4D to quickly iterate our processes. So I think for you guys to have an idea, it's pretty interesting to look at a show real quickly. So we put two together, or we had to, which we can walk through. Cool. So that was our reel from 2020, the commercial one. Let's dive into another one, which is an older reel, but it's more focused on our creative side. So, I hope you guys enjoyed that. We pretty much like that kind of stuff. So that's what we've been busy with for the past couple of years, mainly doing 3D productions. And as we are a small studio, we think it's kind of important that we are hugely flexible, that we can work quickly and that we can iterate a lot. So we also require that from Cinema 4D, our main host software. Yeah, you can continue. And that brings us to kind of how we work. So we started out doing a lot of creative projects. That's where the passion came from. I think we all started like that. And then we figured out that the commercial world is obviously a better way to make money. So we started working in there. But soon we realized that we really enjoy the creative part a lot more. And that part of that creative process is also that you want to be a bit more multidisciplinary. So 3D is a great tool, it's amazing, but often a company might need a film or something else, and crossing those things over is quite brilliant. So not too long ago, I think it's about 2.5 years by now, we started a collective, which is also the building we're in right now. It's called New Imaging, and we produce all sorts of productions. Let's see. So we basically have illustration, we do 3D animations, we have more 2D animation somewhere, yes, 2D animation, film, and we have photography. And that's actually kind of epic for us because it allows us to learn a lot more and to dive into these projects a lot deeper. So it allows us to get something filmed and do some VFX, something that we as a small team could never do, without the need to hire someone or without the need to, kind of go make that crossover yourself, so lose your expertise in one particular field and then go into another field. And that's actually very important to us, and that brings us to how we distribute that kind of work.
So to tell you a little bit about our production workflows, our 3D production workflow revolves mainly around Cinema 4D. That's why we're here tonight. For some other more creative outbursts, we tend and like to go to ZBrush and Houdini. ZBrush mostly for sculpting of characters or just very high mesh objects with a lot of realism, and Houdini mainly for more intricate simulations where we want to have the creative freedom that doesn't say at some point you reach the max of particles or anything, so the sky is the limit there. For rendering we mainly use Octane within Cinema 4D, and our texture workflow for now is mainly in Substance, Quixel and Rism UV, and we're hoping with the release of R22 to quickly adapt the new Cinema 4D into our workflow where we have the new renewed UV workflow. On our post-production side we mainly use the Adobe suite. Our renders straight up go to After Effects to do basically the raw composition, post effects, and then do the editing music in Premiere. We use Illustrator to do more of the technical textures, so for example a wire texture for a tire, for example, and Photoshop of course for post-production of our still imagery. Next.
So, as we mentioned earlier, we're going to talk about our production workflows and particularly what we like about cinema or how we use cinema. And one of the main things out of that is takes. So we'll be talking about that. We'll talk about how cut import is important to our workflow, how Octane saves our asses here and there, why and how we believe keeping things procedural is important, what Mocap means to us, how we use the modeling tools and how they're quite efficient for us, using the volume measure, and talking a bit about X particles and how that can function in a workflow. So to kick right off, we picked out a project which is something we've been working for quite a while. It's Kitchen Appliances, one of our main clients, produces a lot of them. And we started about 4 years to work for 4 years ago to work for these people, and it's been quite an interesting journey because at first you're talking mainly about, hey, how do we get realism, how do we put something together, and how do we create a good and clear specification video. And over time we've been, just like they are, we've been evolving, and together we're trying to bring these productions to the next level. So that first meant, hey, let's add some more food, let's add some more real food. So in this case it's been plated, which is not a bad thing, but it's always a limitation. So over time we try to go a bit further with every production. That's also what is interesting about our collective, of course, that allows us to do it. So the last production was a pretty interesting one because it was a crossover of the two disciplines. It's also, I think this production is 3 years later, so I hope it looks like that too. And basically this production involves a lot more emotion, or emotion, in this case food. You want to really get people hungry when they look at something like an oven. You want to sell it, so you want to make them enthusiastic. So we sat together with the client and we talked a lot about, hey, what can we do and how can we do it? So in this case that meant that we wanted to basically merge 3D and the real world. So we filmed a lot of foods in the oven specifically, and then we brought it together in some shots where we actually merged the two worlds. And you can see that in a bit. So of course we kept the technical part in 3D because it's just easier to maintain, but then again a pizza like this you could basically never do in 3D properly. And I think this is already calmed. And after this one, this you could also do in 3D, but well, we had the oven, so why not do it in film?
Just pull a rope.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun experience. And let's see.
Yeah, for example, in the coming shot, we literally had to make a cooking lasagna inside a 3D oven. What we did is literally cut out the window of the lasagna or of the oven and comp it in afterwards in 3D. So we basically have a time lapse, or at least a pre, during, and after bake of the lasagna with some steam effect on it, and it sells.
Exactly, that brings it all together. At least that's what we're hoping for. So I think it might be interesting to quickly dive into this project to show how we use takes particularly.
Yeah, so normally what happens when we get one of these jobs in is that we get a mood board, and that is open this one.
Yes.
It's opening. Yes. Yeah. So we get a mood board of our client, which basically shows, first of all, the environment they would like the oven to be in, and automatically that is an environment which basically displays the brand in the best possible way, and the rest is mainly function of, in this case, the oven. So it's a special oven with a microwave oven and a steam oven combined into one. It's very important to them that we show all aspects of that. And then it's basically technical specs of, in this case, the microwave, that it can vary its wattage, etc., etc. To quickly go into Cinema 4D, so right away when we start off with one of these projects, we like to indeed design the kitchen. Quickly go to the main take, and as you can see here we have a setup which basically shows you the kitchen we ended up with. So you see it's mainly useful for the region that we actually use. The rest no one sees, so why would we waste our time on it? And we basically start off modeling within Cinema based on primitives. Everything is kind of straightforward, and where we have intricate things, we either like to buy an asset, like for example these kitchen appliances, or if it adds something for us, create the object from scratch, like this tap here. And if we go to the PowerPoint back, you can see, like for example, we get a picture like this from the client. They have a tap they would like to have in the kitchen. We can search for a specific model of tap on any website that delivers pre-made models, but we can also model it ourselves within Cinema. And we love modeling in Cinema because it's so diverse, since you can model in a gazillion different ways. Quickly take this tap. Yeah, so basically I see 4 or 5 shapes. You have the base, you have the actual tap, you have a knob with a stick on it, and you have a base. And if we go into Cinema, okay, a quick modeling intermezzo to go into detail a little bit more about how to model this tap. We start off with a simple cylinder primitive, which we give 2 height segments, and we go into a front view, make it editable by pressing C, select all the polygons, go into the line cut tool by pressing KK. We want to say that indeed visible only is off and single line is on. So we can start here, hold shift for a 45-degree angle, which is mentioned here, and do the same for the bottom, after which we can select these polygons, make sure only select visible elements is ticked off, so it also selects the ones in the back, and by holding Control you can drag this out as far as you want, after which you press T and scale on the x-axis. Okay, now if you would want to put this, for example, into a subdivision surface, as you can see, it doesn't give a result like a nice tap would be. So we want to add some cuts to the topology by pressing KL. You go into your loop/path cut, and in the front view we can add the cuts here. At, for example, 10 centimeters, the same here, 10 centimeters. And you see that now the bevel, or the shape the subdivision surface makes, is a lot smoother. Now you want to put one at the top and one at the bottom and one here. Okay, now go back to our perspective view. And now we want to add some inner extrusions by first selecting with UL loop, and basically add the inside to the selection by pressing UF, and invert it by pressing UI. Now we can inner extrude MW, and I would say somewhere around 5. Now we can get rid of these polys here by pressing delete and going back to the top and making another inner extrude. Hold Control again to go down to create the hole for the actual tab later. Okay, now I'm gonna use a spline to create the actual tab. So I add a rectangle on the side, that. I make sure that it's editable by pressing C again and switch off the close spline. Now we have to rotate it 45 degrees and basically make your main shape by dragging it a bit up and down. Okay, now we can go for a chamfer, which is I don't have a shortcut for, so you can always go for Shift C, and which is basically the most powerful shortcut in Cinema because you can search for anything. And now we need a chamfer, which is basically a bevel for a spline. And now we have the base shape of a tap, which we now need to sweep. I create an end side, which is basically a circle with segments. So I'd say 16 sides, make it a little bit smaller, and add it to a sweep together with the shape of the tap, and we have a base shape. Go in a little bit. And now basically we have the start of that tab. Now back to the presentation. It's basically everything you see is doable with the shelf tools that Cinema 4D supplies, and here and there the shapes that you rather don't want to spend time on. For example, this mixer, of Of course, you can model it in Cinema, but for this project, since it's not the star piece of the animation, it was a bought item. So after the whole modeling part of the scene, getting everything ready, you start putting your cameras in. So what is very important for us there is the takes workflow. To dumb it down a bit, basically what it does, it takes any value in Cinema and you can assign multiple of those values to the same object. So for example, indeed for a camera, I can give it an animation in one take, and in the other take it has a different animation. And this is very easy to keep somewhat of an overview in your scene instead of having multiple cameras on the same timeline, which can be very annoying. I know from experience from the past when this wasn't introduced yet, it was a mess. Besides that, there's a lot more you can do with the take system, but Bart will tell you a little bit more while I quickly start up Octane to show you the step after this.
So the cool thing is, I mean, of course you can do something about cameras in there, but more interesting, at least to us, is let's say you need to have a shot where the door is open. If you don't use takes, you would either make a different oven where the door is open and then you make a different shot. But how would you save that shot? Do you make a new file? And it just quickly becomes a huge mess. But if you use the take system, it's all in one scene. You can just do those variables in there and you can keep everything. Awesome thing is also in the save file, you have, how are they called again? You can specifically
render
select
tokens.
Render tokens, exactly. Brilliant thing. So you could say, hey, I want my images to be saved with that take name into account.
Yeah, so the very amazing thing there is, let's say we indeed just had a main camera animation on the intro shot from frame 0 to 150. Before the take system, you had to not screw up your file names. You had to actually go above 150 with your new frames. Otherwise, you would literally overwrite your whole system.
Hey guys, back with another quick intermezzo. We figured that takes could use a little bit more explanation, so let's show you around the basics of takes. Takes is pretty simple. It just gives you a chance to put a bunch of variables onto whatever you want. Let's put this in a grid array. Let's make this, there's very little to do with it, a random effector. Oh, beautiful. And on top of that, we put some more text saying, oh, oops, that's not automatic, that's only my settings. Whoops. Look at that. That's gorgeous. So, now we have this. Let's put a sphere in there too. And yes, great. Do we want it like that? No, we want them in a null. Hop. Great. So now we have a basic setup out of which we have a motext, which is randomly affected. It's beautiful. We have a cloner on grid with a bit of randomness, and we have spheres and we have cubes. So the basic would be that we now create a child take. We call this one sphere. The text is already sphere, so that's great. We turn on the sphere and immediately see that we change this basic value to enabled. And now we would probably want to have another take saying cubes. That means that this one is completely fresh, it has nothing. We turn the cubes on, we change this parameter to cubes, and suddenly we have the same amazing look, but for cubes. So one thing that's kind of important is auto take is on now. So if you would normally try to do this, everything is disabled and you would need to click override to enable any variable. However, auto take is kind of an amazing way to do it. On top of that, in bigger scenes, something that's very common is that you want to adjust the main take, but you don't want to keep on swapping like this. You might just want to override the main take. So if you do that, you can click this button, which says go to the main take, and you could make this smaller and make this one a bunch smaller. Hop, beautiful. And as you can see, that's now changed in all of them. So you don't need to go back and forth all the time. That's actually the basics of it. And then on top of that, there's another interesting feature, which is if I would make this a child take, I could also apply some render settings. So I now have an output of 1280 by 720. I make one child take, call it high res, and I lock the ratio, make it 8 times this res, and I apply that resolution to this take. Call it high res, and I could just put that on this one too. Let's assume I swap now. You can see that the tick marks swap as well. So this is a quite easy and convenient way to manage your renders. One quick warning: practice when you do this before you apply it in big scenes, because it can become quite chaotic if you don't know what you're doing. But there you have it. Look at the basic scene, the sphere scene, and the cubes. Enjoy.
So basically, after we did the camera animation, we did the modeling, we did the texturing, we go into Octane, where we basically finish the scene off until the post step, of course. But Octane saves a lot of time for us, since we have these long-ish animations which take up to 3-4 minutes sometimes, but we do need to produce it within a month, or sometimes, if we're lucky, 2. So then in that case we try to limit our render times as much as possible. For this particular animation, on this system it was around a minute. On our other render machine it took half a minute a frame. So there we're very lucky to use Octane speed-wise, so we don't have to wait for weeks time to render out 3,000 to 4,000 frames. I think now
we have this cut model. Might be interesting.
Yes. So basically, when we first start out with these projects, next to the whole look side and the product side of the project, we get a technical cut file. So basically means we have every little object these designers thought of to put in this oven. So you can see it's a lot. Normally this is done in, for example, Siemens XT or Fusion 360 or SolidWorks or whatever other program you can name. And we basically get random files.
I don't think it's in there. Let's see for the files only.
Quickly have to open it. So normally before when we would get these files, we had to either go into SolidWorks or Fusion 360, upload them, let them be converted, import them, either export them as OBJ or STL, and then open them in Cinema 4D. Since 2 versions, we have a cut importer within Cinema 4D, so we can basically throw anything in there. So, for example, for a previous, you basically get a step file or whatever file they have from production, and we basically have all the settings we can get from the base file. which we can change. So we can actually, if there are any, you can get the display color so we know what materials are which, or you can randomly assign a color to it so you have a nice overview of what parts are separate. If there are materials on there, we can also import them. UVs is not custom in most CAD programs, but if they are, you can get them. And then you can basically set your tessellation, so the detail of the actual mesh, and basically import it into Cinema. This is gonna take a while, so I guess we take a little break until it's imported.
Yeah, you want to wait for it? Actually, it's not that long.
No.
Simple stuff. So yeah, this is actually hugely bad. Like, it's a huge improvement because it's one in our own program. It's quite a lot more efficient, and let's say you have a more complicated product where you do need to play around with, hey, do I want a high density mesh or do I want lower density mesh? You just have those choices and you can just swap them around. You can even make proxies if you want to, and it's quite good.
And let's say you want to actually zoom into certain parts of your oven or fridge or whatever product you have. It's also possible to say, okay, I want a certain amount of objects in low resolution because they're going to be in the background, or I'm not going to zoom into them, or whatever reason, and then the particular pieces that you are going to zoom into, you can import in either a medium or a higher density mesh. So that's very convenient.
But if you are a client or anyone else, don't think it's like boom, done. Like, there is some manual work to this stuff. Yeah. We often experience that clients are giving us 3D models and expect it to instantly look pretty and be amazing. We all pretty much know that's not the case. It needs work. Everything needs work.
The other day we got a 2.8 million poly tire in. Like, use this. I had to manually re-topo it from scratch, so that was very handy. And basically, once it is imported, you basically have a relatively, disregarding the tries, you have a clean mesh you can work with. And here and there, of course, you can re-topologize whatever needs re-topologizing. But for us, it's decent enough.
Cool. Shall we continue?
Yes.
Let's look at this one and then go there. Oh, yes. So, on the one side we have this quite commercial side, and on the other side, as we mentioned earlier, we do more creative works, and luckily we also find the clients to do that with us. And in this case, this was an agency called Heart. They had a client called Recognize, and they really wanted to introduce their brand story and new brand identity with some kind of cool teaser animation. So they started out saying, hey, can't we do something about creating some matter? They found some animation that they really liked, some parts of it at least. These wavy things were kind of their brand guidelines, and they wanted to use them. And they really wanted to merge technology, science, and the human. Later they brought human and science together. So they had this cool storyboard, which basically gave us good handles to understand what they meant. And that's actually where agencies can come in really handy, because often there's quite a bridge between the client and what they actually want. And that's kind of nice if someone else figures it out. So the story is relatively simple. We had this matter creation, then we grow some humans and some science. We don't grow actual humans, of course. Then a path shapes. These paths kind of intertwine. Actually, then they should touch. And afterwards, they kind of grow together and emerge and form into a straight up logo. So this is a good start. And after we get these kind of things, we usually sit with the clients, or actually in this case directly, and we figure out, hey, is this feasible? What can we do? What are our own thoughts about it? And we put something together, usually consisting of style shots and a animatic. So we'll show the animatic here. So the animatic is just the animation with some sound so that the client has an idea. And the style shots are really necessary because often clients can't look through these kind of animations. But it's important for them to also be aware of this in the beginning so that later, feedback-wise, it's a lot easier, but also no one is doing double work that way.
Yeah, mostly internally for us, this is a very good way to, for example, time the music with the actual shots, see the motion in real time when it's actually out of cinema. Because if it's a heavy scene, you might have only 15 FPS viewport or any number of problems. But like this, we can see it ourselves, we can show it to the client and hopefully get to a feedback round, or not, of course, but.
Yeah, and it helps a lot on also knowing that sometimes you see all these shots, you make a storyboard, you see 20 shots, you have your favorite, and you end up spending about, let's say, a whole day on it. And these kind of animatics make you realize sometimes that this shot only will be in the image for like 2 seconds. Why waste that much time on it? You could do with a low res sim, let's say. In this case, we won't dive into this project, but we'll just quickly show you the end result. Basically, all the particles are done in X particles, by the way. So what we really like about using X particles for these kind of productions is that you can put everything together in your host program already. So oftentimes you would do something in 2 different programs. Let's say you use Houdini for particles and you use Cinema for the other workflows. It's a lot harder to tweak minor things. But as you do it all in one program, you get to see everything in the scene view, as you saw in the animatic. And it just times a lot better, and actually the whole look dev experience is so much better, to be honest.
Okay, another quick tip, and this one is on hardware rendering. We use this to make quick animatics for our clients to give us feedback on camera motion, the motion of objects, the speed of an animation, and it helps us to really crank up our workflow speed by a bunch, because it's very fast. I'll quickly show you around. I have a simple animation. I have a focus object which is going from the one cube to the other, which is in my focus object in the camera, and other than that it's basically shifting the focal length and the camera is animated in position. So that's all very simple. For the hardware renderer, you basically need to select it, the hardware OpenGL, and if you want to basically render it out like this, you can just hit render, but I like to always tweak it a little bit, and that's where the enhanced OpenGL comes in. In your drop-down menu and options, you have some options you can select to make this hardware or your viewport a little bit more pretty. For example, you can switch on your shadows, which basically gives this infinite light shadows, and if I wanted to, I could also give this area light the shadow it has. Also, you can switch on the depth of field. So basically you see there's a nice depth of field going on in the scene, and if you would render this out, it would be basically still the same. So you go into your settings and you switch on the depth of field and on the shadows. Render it again, and basically you get a similar result. To get rid of these lines of the lights, you can go into your filter and basically switch everything off and only switch on your polygons. And now set this to depth of field on, shadows on. If you have some glow or reflections, you can always switch those on too, but that's not the case in this scene. And if you want, you can tweak the anti-aliasing, but that will increase the render times by a bunch. So now you can basically, for now, I switch off save, select all frames and hit render. Yes, I want to continue without saving. And as you can see, it basically renders it out, yeah, within a second a frame. This is a way you can easily go back and forth with your client, whether he likes a shot or not, or the animation is too fast or too slow. And like this, you can have a quick playback of your animation and not render it out in Octane or Redshift or in some cases Cinema Standard or Physical Renderer. So that always takes a while to render every frame, and this is, as you can see, 20 seconds for 240 frames, which is fast, and you can basically render out a full-length animation of 5 minutes within a few minutes and get feedback on it. Okay, that's it for this quick tip. Thanks.
Let's see, what else have we got? Should we look at some more creative stuff?
Basically, yeah, this project for us is the perfect bridge between basically our commercial work and the more creative free work we do in our own time, mainly to learn, to grow as an artist, but mainly to not having to do that learning part on client work, because you always have this thing called a deadline and not wanting to cross it, and trying new things can be amazing for a project, but it can also mean a project will not run so smoothly. So there's two projects we picked in particular. One up, oh, it's down actually, sorry. So there's this kind of choral thing we did for an art exhibition. We need a big print on A0, I believe, 14 by 10,000 pixels, so pretty big task. But yeah, cinema doesn't really mind pixels. At some point your VRAM in Octane will run out, but this was still within the limits. Quickly open this scene. Let me see. Yeah, so in essence, it's not too much going on in the scene itself. We have the mesh of the choral we generated within Cinema. We have some textures going on. We did in Octane, and we have, of course, the mighty sphere. And as you can see, for example, here, we added some nice little details, and we'll show you after how much this detail matters when you're printing on this size. So first I would like to show you how you can procedurally-ish set this up in Cinema. So for starters, we'll start out with a nice spline.
So sometimes these things can look kind of daunting because you see something like this. I think if you hand model that, that might be a crap ton of work. But oftentimes there is a way to generate these kind of situations. And Cinema is particularly good at stacking those kind of things. Of course, it started out with Mocap, and it just keeps on expanding those kind of tools. And that on top of the shelf modeling tools makes it rather powerful. So right now Bas is basically sweeping again, same like the tap, but making quite a different result.
I would like a tap like this.
Yeah, tap with running holes everywhere. Could be fun, could be fun. So yeah, it's just a basic sweep.
Yeah.
Then you might turn the caps off.
Yeah, so basically now, indeed, the caps is a good one. But now I would like to add some detailing or some randomness actually to the sweep we did. Make it a little bit bigger. A lot bigger. That's bigger. Yeah. So basically we have something to work with. Like Bart mentioned, we're huge fans of Mocap because it basically means we can generate rather than hand make things in cinema. In this case, we're going to use the Voronoi fracture. What it does is it uses the Voronoi noise, which you might be familiar with, and generate that on mesh or in volume, and basically means that we can make things like coral. It has a source which you can put point distribution in or noises, and it basically has a point amount. Like when you take,
you can actually put a lot of sources in, so you could even put a Mocap generator in there, or you could model something, you could use that. You could even use a spline to generate points.
Now to basically invert this, well, because that's what we did, we can offset to generate some space in between and afterwards invert it, which basically gives us the base of the coral system. And still, like this, it's still procedural, so you can move your input, you can put other things in there. If you remove the sweep altogether, you can put other objects in there, like animals, a dog, whatever.
Couches, anything.
So the next step would be the volume builder and volume mesher. The volume builder basically makes a volume, a point cloud out of the Voronoi fracture, actually out of anything you throw in there. For this we need to go a little bit lower in voxel size and add something to give it some thickness, so dilate and erode. This gives it the required thickness we need to actually make some coral. What we can do now is throw a smooth in there, and basically that makes some coral. And still, if we would like to, for example, make these holes smaller, you can go back into the Voronoi fracture, go to sources, go to the point generator, and say, okay, I would like to have 250. And that was quicker than expected. You have 250 points instead of 150. So now I quickly want to get to this render. So yeah, we basically printed this on 14 by 10K pixels, so 140 megapixels ish. And like you can see here, you get all those little details, and if you're in front of this hanging on a wall, it looks amazing. Okay, then there's another a little bit bigger project we wanted to show you, and that is
the faces.
These two faces, and it also uses the Voronoi fracture, just in a little bit of a different way. So I'll quickly open up this one first. Go to my projects, grass. And basically, like before, we have a setup, kind of straightforward, some lights, some backlights for reflections and background colors, and the centerpiece, the woman with a broken apart head. So there's many ways in cinema how you can do this. How I went to it is basically use the head and use physics to generate these pieces blowing out of the back of her head. A more art directing way is to do it indeed within Mocap, and Bart will quickly show you how to set that up.
Yeah, cool. So, let's take a look. You might just do the same thing. So, Voronoi fracture, and Voronoi fracture, actually anything Mocap can be affected. So, let's do a simple plane effector. We don't want it going up, we want it going back to mimic the look of that. And then anything that is a Mocap effector has a fall of these days, and those you can use pretty easily. So you already see that you can direct this whatever way you would want. Pretty damn amazing, and then you can just keep on stacking these things. This is a simple plane, it moves it from left to right, you add a bit of randomness to it. You can use the same field for it, so you apply that, you choose what your randomness actually affects. And you could of course stack anything you want, but up, up, up. And that way you have a lot of control. I mean, you can use different fields, but you can see that if you want to direct something, you could actually put this together quite quickly. Interesting is this new push apart effector. Works point based, not mesh based, but it does a good job. Same story, put the same field in there, otherwise it starts disturbing everything. And you might want to put it a bit more apart. So this would be totally fine if you use a low poly mesh, or low parts actually. In this case, let's say I up it to 100. There's a decent chance I get some intersections. Actually, I think I'm cool. No, we got an intersection. So this is a nice prelude to what Bas will do. Actually, maybe it's interesting if you show yours first and then we show how we can mix them in the very end. Or you don't want to show the dynamic way?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah? Then
I was just checking time-wise to only do yours.
Oh, okay. If we're out of time? Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Then I'll just combine this one. So, cool thing is what Bas applied in the other scene, so in this, there she is, the head apart, he applied dynamics, and I actually use this often, that I just apply a rigid body, make sure that the scene dynamics are at 0%, because otherwise everything just drops to the floor. And that way, supposedly, nope, we missed something. If I do this now, we just have dynamics and the parts that intersect will just explode. But of course, as we want to be able to direct these things, we have follow position and follow rotation, which simply allow you to say, hey, this is already at this point. I want to keep that point with a strength of 10. And if I press play now, you see it just moves apart, fixes your problem, and you have this perfectly art-directed piece, if you want to. You can of course stack all these things. If we had more time, we'd show you a bit about Mocap selection, also working with fields. But that's basically how you can do any kind of cool thing.
Yeah. So basically that's also a bit of indeed the workflow I applied, but I went for indeed I did add one of these dynamic body tags, but then I basically went for just using an object, like literally a bullet going from up to down, shooting through her head, it taking all the pieces in its way and blowing it out of the back of its head. To quickly go into the shot deeper. So, like Bart mentioned, MoGraph basically allows you to add everything upon everything. I also use that knowledge to basically generate the grass on the pieces of the head, and indeed also fields to limit that in the places that I didn't want it. So, for example, in the shot, no, you know this, huh? Ah, yes. There it is. So, for example, the face, I didn't want any grass to grow. So, first of all, the handy thing about the Voronoi fracture is that it has a selection tab. And basically, whatever you click on here or switch on here, it will basically give you a tag which you can later use to either add a texture on. So, in this case, the outside and the inside have different textures. I also generated the inside, so I could generate some vertex maps for it. So the scatter object, basically the cloner we used for the grass, knows where to grow grass and where not, and then also use a field, so indeed the sphere around the head doesn't have any grass. And basically stacked upon that we also have a random field or random noise, that a random effector, sorry, that offsets that grass a little bit here and there, and then also a shader which was literally a noise texture for the distribution of the grass. So by stacking all those layers you create some imperfection and detail that you would normally not get when you do something either manual or just let grass grow everywhere. And I think that adds in the realism a lot. And then if we would go back to our PowerPoint. So this was a quick project, and if we quickly do this. So this was all project within, or yeah, all the shots that came out of the same project. To quickly wrap this up, in short, you can see here how much contrast in images you can get by changing a few things here and there. For the left two images was mainly changing what was cloned onto the broken apart pieces. On the left, the grass was just changed into some cubes, added some tendrils to the head to get a completely different image than the middle image. The right image was the in-between, where we basically started playing with these tendrils, and afterwards they basically got combined to create the left one. And that's the amazing thing about the whole MoGraph and cinema setup, that you can quickly iterate between looks and also get completely different results with setups that are kind of similar.
So that wraps it up, guys. Thanks for listening today. I hope you had a bit of fun, and you might have also picked up some techniques here and there. We won't expose too much of our entire workflows, but this was a good look into it. Also, thank you to Maxon, one for making this amazing piece of software we've been working in for quite a long time, and two, for giving us the opportunity to talk a bit about it. And last but not least, we've all been invited to next year's IBC, where we hopefully can do this all in real life once more. Yes. So hopefully see you guys there. And otherwise, we might meet in the live session later today. Last but not least, if you found this interesting, or you want to just send us a message, ask us anything about any of these topics, and you didn't make the live session later, then just hit us up on these platforms, or give us a ring here and there. Cool, guys. Thanks a lot, and see you later.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Boss and Bot. Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was a great presentation. I have a lot of people chiming in, enjoying it. Amazing, so cool, wow. Those are some of the things that they're saying.
Thanks, guys.
So first off, I can dive into some of these questions. We only have a couple questions. So folks on the internet, if you're listening, you checked out the presentation, you got, the wheels turning and things are coming up, just go ahead and at me in the chat and we'll do my best. My team will get them together, try and get to me, and we'll try and get those answered for you. So somebody was wondering, with so many different 3D programs and post-production programs, on hand, how do you quickly make a choice? Like you're taking on a job, I'm going to use X, Y, and Z programs. So what's your decision-making process on the tools you're going to use for the project?
Yeah, I think the biggest part is just experiencing and finding out through the years what programs suit you best in what kind of productions you need to make. And based on that, indeed, on the beginning of a project, say, okay, we need to do a more 2D styled animation, or we need to do something that has a lot of characters. Based on those things, we can quickly decide, okay, do we need to do everything within Cinema, or do we have room to step out to ZBrush for some character modeling, or do we need to have a very tight fit in production with After Effects for the Cineware link, because we're going to do a more 2D styled animation. And through the years, you learn how to, match and make the projects work. And
So do you already have a set? Oh, go ahead.
In general, we kind of worked on a workflow so that we have one pipeline which goes along the entire trajectory. So that's mainly Maxon, Cinema 4D, and then on top of that After Effects and Premiere. Which works insanely well up to a limit. So we also noticed that at some point when you export all these passes that you get these days, so you get all the AOVs, After Effects might start crumbling down a little bit. So that's where we are mildly seeing if we can do a node-based post-processing tool, especially for the project where you really need this. And the same counts for example, rendering motion blur in Octane or in Redshift, or putting that in post, because it's just a completely different feel, and it's quite important for some productions to have that accurate, and in other productions you really don't mind and you just want to have depth of field and some motion blur. And then post is a lot more flexible. It also really depends on what a client wants, so we don't involve them in those decisions, but we do have clients where we know we're going to do, let's say, 6 to 8 versions of a render. And then it might be so much easier to get all the depth of field in post as opposed to doing it in render. So that's usually a big part of how we decide that too.
Yeah, and a big part of it also over the last, I've been using Cinema for close to 15 years now, and back in the day, there was no possibility to do anything with a CAD model. So I would be either, Fusion 360 wasn't a thing yet, so it was SolidWorks all the way. And you would have to export it as, for example, an STL or whatever format was easiest back then, and just import it as mesh into Cinema. And now with all the integration of indeed the CAD importer, and of course a lot more features, you tend to not need those side programs anymore. And you can basically revolve your workflow around Cinema. And that's with a lot of tools outside of Cinema we've been using. Cinema is giving great options to do it inside of Cinema as well.
Yeah, definitely. I need to get caught up and even all the different tools in there. I always feel like by the time we get to a new release, I'm like, oh my goodness, I feel like I'm not even have a handle on the last things just to stay up to date. And then I always find out like, oh wow, that tool is already in there. All along while there, plugin or something that I've been looking at. Which takes me to a question of my own, which is there anything you wish you learned in the post-production process sooner? And just in be it 3D or post, is there any technique or anything that you really wish you knew sooner in just your jobs or careers overall?
I think the biggest part is working together, because you can take this question two ways, either as an individual or as a team. Okay. And for us, working as a team is very important, because we're a small studio, so the links are very short, but they need to be crisp. So if I, for example, render out all my passes in Octane, it needs to be possible for my animator and my post guy to just import everything in After Effects, and it needs to work. And right. In the beginning, we were trying to figure out the workflows, and that basically is a thing that you need to go through, but it would have been amazing if at the start someone said, here, you have a magic wand to fix your whole workflow. So I don't think there is an answer, or like there's an answer to the question, but it's basically cheating, because you need to go through the experience to know it and to afterwards say, yeah, it would have been nice to not have spent these 10 to 15 years to get into all of this and say, yeah, magic.
Well, for me, for example, tokens were quite kind of a revelation, because we always were looking at, hey, how can we structure this? And okay, everyone knows by now the // so you can go a folder up and you can go another folder up, which helps a lot. But being able to put tokens there and then getting the thing from University and upgrading the tokens to even more levels. So tokens are the things where you can add the specific takes or the specific project names. And that kind of automates everything. So I think in the past couple of years, everyone has been talking about it, but it's been coming along because it's amazing. You start up any project, you have a default startup scene, and you can just render and it goes to the right place. So there's no need to worry anymore that you're opening something and you're overwriting or you're doing the wrong thing, and that's quite amazing. And combine that with takes, that was the biggest thing to our workflow, I would say, that at least change that group work. And that was awesome.
Yeah, like I was saying before, like all these additions to Cinema 4D make not only the software better, but also your workflow in the end.
Yeah, and takes and tokens was a big thing. It was something that the industry and the community was really in, a lot of demand for that. And then when that came out too, it's just having people who weren't really using it in their system really learning it. And that's something too for my team. If you guys are, checking that in, if you have any links to the token and the take system, I'll definitely share that with the rest of the chat, just so you guys can get up on it if you're not already using that in your workflow. It's an extremely powerful game changer, like you're hearing. Boss and Bar talk about, like you want to work with it in your workflow if you're not doing it already. So another question here. Somebody was wondering, when taking a job, how do you quickly choose? Nope, we already answered that one. Choosing your, it's like, what? Don't ask the same questions. All right, let's see.
That sounded familiar.
Let's see, I might have missed something. How did Tiny Giants apply the moss grass texture across the fractures on the pale marble female face? And is the hair controlled by MoGraph?
Okay, in essence, it is, because it's an Octane scatter, which is basically, based on the cloner system within MoGraph. And basically, in the tutorial or the showcase, we show indeed we have a selection on the pieces of the head, and on that another random field texture to control where it's scattering what. And that is how we create that grass. And indeed, by layering all the randomness, the fields, you create that realistic actual grass look, rather than having all the pieces of grass next to each other standing up like soldiers in a field.
And the grass were patches already, right? That you get from Dark
so it's rather than having individual hairs, it's multiple systems with basically patches of different sizes of leaves.
So it's already a cluster of clones, and then that whole cluster being randomized and to create other clusters.
Yeah.
Very cool. Somebody was wondering, they say it's totally awesome. Where the hell do you guys come up with your ideas? So what's your creative process like?
Creative process is like, I think there's two creative processes in every creative's head. There's the one of a client and pressure of a deadline and needing to perform. And there's the one where you happen to see something or remember something through your day and you basically just sit down and try something. And most of our Instagram is the second one. In the beginning, when we started out with Tiny Giants, we tried the whole daily render, and there was the pressure, and I think we did 150 days, and still people, how the hell did you do 13 years, 14 years, whatever it is right now? It's insane. But I think it's mostly just looking at things to get inspired, and indeed learning a lot, like looking at Behance, Pinteresting, basically everything pretty you see on the internet. And at some point small ideas come to mind and just try around in cinema. Like, if you go through my personal project file, like 9 out of 10 are garbage, but there's a process there to get better and better at it. And yeah, inspiration you find in others and hopefully at some point in yourself, and you try to keep that mood going to keep creating new stuff.
Yeah, I think the mood is exactly what is the important thing. Indeed, you gotta get a flow in something, and you gotta find something that works for you. So whether that's nature, or for me, for example, I like it to see some technical thing, and I think, hey, how was it produced? I try to reproduce it and see what the technique can allow us to do. And usually for me, I just leave them in a box till whenever I need them for a commercial project or for something that someone else wants to make in our team. But it can come from whatever. Indeed, you can walk outside and see the sun go. Or I always have this thing when I'm driving in my car that the mirror is shaking. I keep on thinking, come on, why is this mirror shaking? It gives this great bokeh, and because it keeps on going, can't I reproduce this? And I'm thinking, wait, should I reproduce this, or should I take a camera and just film it? You know, some things are easier to do that, but you always have that feeling. And I think if you're passionate about 3D, these things just happen left and right, and you'll feel it. And especially if you've got a flow going, it's extremely interesting to dive in, and you can go for weeks, I think.
So very cool. Years. Years. It's a continual process. Yeah. So, thank you guys so much for joining us. Great presentation overall. Really looking forward for everything else that you guys are doing in the future. So we'll be stay tuned to all of your tests and everything else that you're putting out on the Instagram. So stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back after this commercial break with our next presenter. So we'll see you soon. Thanks again, guys.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out. Do you? Shake it up, be through, work it out. Do you?
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
What up? Winbush here, and today I'm excited to tell you guys about my brand new course coming to mograph.com, Creating the Unreal, a motion graphics guide to Unreal Engine. I'm going to show you guys how you can integrate Cinema 4D so you'll be crazy comfortable in no time. So we're going to start by exploring the marketplace, and then from there I'm going to show you guys how to set up a scene. We're going to get familiar with the content browser, the viewports, how to set up the sequencer for the timeline, and then from there we're going to get into lighting, texturing, rendering. I'm going to show you how you can integrate Quixel Bridge with Unreal so you have access to that full library of surfaces and 3D models and everything else that they have on there. And so if this sparks your interest even a little bit, then this course is just for you. So go to mograph.com to sign up for updates on when this course becomes available, and let's create the Unreal together.
Makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Tool Farm.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, back to the show. Welcome back. I'm your host, Matthias Matola, aka Major VFX on all the different social platforms. We have people tuning in from all over the world, showcasing amazing artists from all over the world. And if you find any amazing artists you want to put them on the show, you think they'd be great, definitely just send me a message at Major VFX on Instagram. I'll check them out and see if we can get them here. Also, for those of you who don't know, R23 was recently announced, so definitely check out maxon.net for more information on all the different new features. And something I mentioned earlier, mentioning camera projection. So somebody mentioned camera projection earlier in the show. This is the presentation that you guys have been waiting for, all about that. So definitely check out our next presenter, Orhan.
Hey everyone, thanks for being here and watching my presentation. My name is Orhan Sayın and I'm the director and also the 3D lead artist of Cream Studio. And our studio is located in Istanbul and we create motion graphics and also 3D projection mapping shows as well. So before anything else, I would like to say many thanks to the Maxon family for having me here, and I'm really excited to share some of the techniques I use in my day-to-day work, and I hope you guys will find it useful too. The main theme of my presentation is creating complex looking scenes with simple techniques. The first thing I want to share with you is my camera rig, and it's incredibly easy to build and control, and we will create some dynamic camera animation with just only a few keyframes. And following that, I will share one of my favorite tricks, which is about instancing alembic caches, and we will reach hundreds of millions particles and without even having any particle in scene. So another thing I want to mention is controlling vertex map animations with particles. So we will create basic particle system which will affect and drive our vertex map animations, which will allow us to reveal some objects or delete some polygons in an organic way. And for the last thing of my presentation, I will be breaking down some really basic scenes from our Galata Tower projection mapping experience, and I will try to share some 3D projection mapping tips and tricks, and that's all. Yeah, I hope it will be fun. So before diving into the details of my presentation and to give you a little bit more background about our studio and the things we do here, I want to show our showreel first, and then we will continue. So this was our motion graphic reel, and hope you guys are enjoying it. If you want to learn more about our projects and Cream Studio, please visit creamstudio.tv. And yeah, before moving any further, I like to give a little bit more information about myself, my background, and my journey into the creative field. So I studied journalism and graduated from the Istanbul University at 2011 as a young journalist candidate. But I never worked on any television channel or any newspaper as a journalist, at least, because during my education at the communication faculty, I guess it was like my third year or so, I started to realize that I was more into visual side of the communication, and visual communication design, digital arts, and CGI especially were quite attractive for me. And immediately after graduating from the university, I started working on a variety of different production sets, such as movie sets and the television commercial sets, and being part of a crew and being part outside of the office, on different locations, and that was quite fun. Like 3 years or so, I worked on many different production sets, but there was always something was missing, and the piece of the puzzle wasn't there, and I can feel it because I wasn't creating anything. And the digital art's quite charming and quite fascinating for me. And one day I woke up and said to myself, I never forget that day. I guess one of the turning points of my life was that day. I said to myself, okay, you will learn 3D and it will start now. I started making some research about the 3D softwares, what's out there, and it was 2015, I guess, 5 years ago. My journey started, and it was an interesting day for me. I never forget that feeling. I somehow downloaded the 3D application, and this design of it, the interface of it was really otherworldly. It was incredibly scary and complicated. And there was a familiar object. I just clicked it, and wow, suddenly there was a cube, and I can rotate it, I can scale, I can manipulate a 3D object in my computer. That feeling, that the idea of controlling 3D objects without any limitation quickly became an obsession for me. While working on the set, while traveling with friends, one part of my brain was thinking about that software and learning new things every day. Everything was a challenge for me. Like 6 months or so, I started to struggle and lost my way. And one of my friends said, there is another 3D application called Cinema 4D. You should try it, because this software seems really complicated, and Cinema 4D has incredibly user-friendly design, and you will love it. Give it a chance. And I did. 6 months or so from the 0 point, I switched to the Cinema 4D, and everything started to accelerate. I became more productive, and that switch is kind of another turning point in my life. And suddenly my hobby became my main profession. I start working on as a freelancer in many different studios in Istanbul. And like at 2018, me and my dear friend Hazel Koyuncuoğlu collaborated together, and we launched Cream Studio. Things are still accelerating, and every project is quite fun and challenge for us, and learning new things every day. Still feeling that same excitement like it's our first day. And I know many of you guys can feel what I'm talking about, and I hope none of us will never lose that feeling, that excitement, which will drive us further. And yeah, this is the general story of my journey. And I think I'm one of those lucky people. I consider myself lucky because I turned my hobby into my main profession, which creates a feeling, it's like I'm not working, because I'm having fun, and there's no price for it. And I know many of you can feel what I'm talking about. All right, let's not lose any more time and jump into Cinema 4D and create some amazing stuff. Today, the first thing I want to share with you guys is my camera rig system, which I found it quite useful and handy, and I use almost in every project. So I compiled some of the example animations from our previous works to give you an idea about what we are after. And yeah, let's dive into Cinema 4D and create the exactly same system. Alright, I just set up a basic scene with primitive shapes. I just throw the cubes into the distance so we can feel the rotation of the camera and also the scale of the scene. And yeah, this is our basic camera rig to give you an overview about the general dynamic and the motion of the camera. And yeah, it feels quite organic. Okay, I will delete our rig and let's create from scratch. First, I want to create a cube, and I will scale it down and also rename it as my target object. And I will also create a circle spline, and let's quickly change its rotation to the X and Z. And also I will create a camera, and I will put Cinema 4D tags, align to spline tag, and also target tag to my camera. So before moving any further, I want to organize my scene a little bit, and press Alt G on my keyboard. So I will rename it as my camera rig. Okay, let's put camera and the target object under our rig. And for the target slot of the target object, I will put our cube, and for the spline path, I will use our circle object. Oops. And yeah, like so. So I will adjust our camera position, maybe something like this. And basically what I want to do is just create two states for the circle spline. One, the first state will be at our frame 0, and I want it to be like really close to my object, and I will just put a keyframe on our radius parameter of spline object, and also the rotation of it. So at the end of our timeline, I want to be far away from the our target object, and I will also rotate around maybe here. Yeah, I will put another keyframe to the rotation and the radius of my spline. Also, I want to adjust my target object, and at frame 0 I want it to look a little bit down, and I will just press put a keyframe of the y-axis at frame 0, and maybe at the end of our timeline it will be a little bit higher. And yeah, let's adjust the tangents. And for the circle of the rotation, I want it to start really quick, and same for the radius also. Yeah, something like this will work, I guess. Maybe like so. All right. I will also adjust my target's Y keyframe, and I will be creating similar tangent animation like so. Yeah. And voila, we have our camera ready. Okay. And to make it a little bit more interesting, I will little bit play with the tangents, and maybe style of the shot will enhance a little bit. And yeah, it will start really quick, slow down, and again zoom out quickly. We created something disorganic just under 5 minutes or so, and I think it's a quite handy technique, and I hope you guys find it useful too. So let's watch some similar animations from our previous works again, and then we will continue. The next thing I'm excited to share with you is this particle vortex systems, and we will break down some scene files, and also I will demonstrate how to build same system from scratch. And let's start. Alright, we have a fairly basic scene here, nothing too fancy, just an helix object, and this helix I use as an emitter object in X particle system. Also, as you can see, there is just a few modifiers, vortex modifier, and to create some variation I use two different turbulence modifiers, and speed. I also limit the speed of the particles with speed modifier. And for the emitter of our system, I use helix object as an emitter object, and I also emit from the edges. Also, when you check the emission, the birth rate is kinda, we can consider it really low. just around 122 particle per second. And yeah, with this setup, as you can see, I also made some initial state because I don't want to wait to fill the whole helix with particles. And with that initial state, as you can see, there is a really low particle count, just 13,000, around 14,000 particles. And yeah, this is kind of basic scene, basic setup of our alembic particle vortex thingy. Alright, to continue, I want to first create a cache object, xParticle cache, and I want to cache it internal memory, because if you don't want to, if you do not cache your simulation before baking as alembic, it won't work, you know. The alembic cache requires whole xParticle system cached before. Anyway, I will just build this cache, and it's done. Yeah, right now we baked and cached our particles, but I want some geometry generated over the particles, and I use xParticle generator for it. And the most important thing about this trick is using pyramid primitive to generate over the particles, because the pyramid is the only geometric object which creates closed volume with minimum polygon count. There's just only 4 polygons, and every primitive has more polygon face than the pyramid object. So I will activate my generator and pyramid object. Immediately everything starts to become laggy, and the viewport is, as you can see, I can't even rotate around it. And there is only just a 13,000 particle, but lots of polygon mesh generated over the particles. And if you want more particles like this, it won't work, you know. The particle system will be heavier, and trying to rotate around the scene will become harder and harder. So to get rid of this problem, I will bake alembic caches over. Only our generator item is selected. I will move to the file, export, and export it as alembic. And I will just continue, and I will bake only use to 125 frames or so. No need to be longer for the demonstration purposes. And one of the important things to mention in here, selection only should be ticked, and because we don't want any other object baked as alembic. And also the merge generated should be activated, and I will press OK. And alright, our alembic cache is done, and I will just drag and drop it over here, press OK to import it, and I will just click to a random frame to check everything is working or not. And yeah, right now the slowing of the viewport is not an issue anymore, and we can freely rotate and move inside our scene. And yeah, we will continue instancing alembic caches, and that's where the magic happens. And I will just move a little back, and I will rotate it to create a feeling of the variation. Alright, it looks much better now, but why we stop here? We can create another instance of the instance and move a little bit back, maybe rotate it again to create more variation, and also scale it up a little bit. I don't know, maybe like so. Yeah, it looks much more complicated. If you think about, there's only just 14,000 particles at the initial alembic cache, and our viewport is still really fluid, and there is no lagging issue. Slowing down of the viewport render is still not here. And let me show you a scene where I kept iterating the same logic instance in the Alembic caches over and over and over and over again. Oh my god, I really love looking at this scene. You know, there's initial particle count was 14,000, but right now we have, let me check it. I will press Ctrl I on the keyboard, and it says there's 46 objects in the scene. Like right now we have millions of polygons, and still our viewport is not showing any signs of slowing down. And yeah, I found it quite useful in if you create something like Vertex kind of stuff like this. And oh my god, check the details of it, and there's no any sign of the slowing down of the viewport. Okay, why we stop here? So just make another instance of the whole system of instances. You know, just I will choose the root of it, and I will create one more duplicate of the whole system. Oh, and yeah, as you can see, there is still no sign of any viewport slowing down, and there is hundreds of millions of polygon and maybe thousands of millions of particles in the scene. That's really, I found this quite powerful and interesting. And why we stop here? Just make another copy of it. Just make one more, maybe one more, maybe one more. I don't know where is the upper limit of this technique, and I still can move freely in the scene. And oh my god, looking at this it's really fun and quite interesting. Okay, I hope you guys like this technique, and please let me know if you do something with this technique, using this technique, and I will continue showing another approach of the same logics, same Alembic instance caching system, but this time we are not going to use xParticle. Instead we will use cloner object, and let's check it out. Yep, this time we have a cloner instead of a xParticle system, and this cloner, again, I will clone the pyramid object onto the helix object, and to create some variation I used random effectors, and yeah, just gave a 5% rate and to drive the clones into a direction. And yeah, this time instead of a chaotic vortex movement and there isn't lots of particles floating around, instead they are moving along the path. And yeah, if you click bake as Alembic, we will end up having bunch of clones in here, and as it won't be useful like this. You know, there is, oh my god, all the clones are here. So to overcome this problem, I will delete the Alembic cache. To overcome this problem, I will put the cloner under a connect object, and I will almost zero down the tolerance, and I also fong mode will be manual. And if we bake it right now as Alembic, we will end up with a single object. As you know, I don't know, did you notice or not, but it also baked very fast, you know, because it's not dealing with the hundreds of clones, and instead there is a single connect object. We can play with it. Right now, this is the same logic. I will let me close this helix, etc. Yeah, right now we have again an Alembic cache, but we can clone it with MoGraph tools and effectors, and maybe radial mode, and maybe we will don't know, maybe like that, and increase the count of it. maybe increase the radius of it. As you can see, it's already start to look kind of interesting, and if you play it, yay, there's frame per second is around, I don't know you can see it or not, it's around 200 frames per second right now, and there's no need to stop here, and we can increase our clone count and radius to achieve some totally different looks. And yeah, from this point there is no any limitation of playing this method, because we have the power of all the MoGraph effectors and other MoGraph tools. And yeah, let me show you some other examples I created while playing with it. So yeah, this one is a little bit heavy, but it looks really interesting in my opinion. Nope. I don't know, I can play it. Oh yeah, kinda. It's kinda slow, but I don't know, I found it interesting and hope you guys enjoy it too. And again, please let me know if you do something with using this setup, and I will be appreciate to look at it. Let's continue then. The next thing I want to talk about is Vertex map animations driven by X-particles. And here I collected some of the example setups from our previous works, and yeah, let's dive into Cinema 4D and create the same system. Okay, I just quickly modeled that rail track, and it's kind of sloppy, but I guess it will work for our demonstration purposes. And so let's begin. I will first select all of the faces of my 3D model, and I will press V on the keyboard and set vertex weight. The value is 0, which is okay right now, and we created our vertex map. Right now, we need particle system to affect our vertex map animation, so I will create quick X-particle system. Everything will be default right now, but we need an emitter first. So to create an emitter, I will select the outer edge of my 3D model and edge the spline. So we have a spline right now, which is exactly the same profile of the rail track model, and I will correct the axis of it to the center, and I will rename it as a emitter spline, and I will drag it over my emitter so things will be much more organized. And I will change my emitter shape to the object. I will drag my emitter spline into the object section of the X-particle emitter, and I want to emit from the edges. And yeah, let's see. Okay, now it's spreading particles into every direction. I guess default is the normal direction. Yeah, for particle direction is normal, but we want positive X direction to follow our surface of the our model, and like that. So, and we don't need any follow surface modifier right now, because the particles will be just freely flowing on the surface of the model. So I will decrease the number of the birth rate, maybe around 25, and yeah, I will increase the speed of it a little bit, I guess, and also the variation. Okay, it's kind of see the particles right now, but don't worry, it will be really visible in a second. For the create a link between our vertex map and the particles, I will click on the use fields section, and default mode will come with the freeze, and the mode of it I will change it to the grow mode, and we'll leave everything at default right now. And there is a at the fall of tab of the fields, there is a X particle fall of object. Once you clicked on it, it will create a separate object in the object manager, and also it will create another layer on top of the freeze. So once we click on the X particle fall of object, there is it is looking for an emitter, and we will give our emitter to it. So right now basically this particle fall off creates a fall off environment around every particle, but it's hard to see until you click the show radius. Right now you can see the radius of the particle fall off, and if you check the vertex map, as you can see, it's working. Our particles are affecting our vertex map. So it's kind of useful technique, we can change the object and it will work exactly the same. Doesn't matter the shape of the object, it will work in any condition. And right now I will leave everything at default. Okay. Since we have a vertex map right now, there's millions of possibilities, but first I will choose poly effects, and for the fall off of it I will drag and drop my vertex map, and yeah, as you can see, nothing is happening because there is sorry, I did a mistake. Alright, not like that. Okay, for the poly effects, first I need an effector. I want a plane effector, and my effector will affect our polygon scale to the -1. And for the plane effector, I want to use a vertex map as a fall-off of the plane effector. And yep, as you can see, it's working as we expected. I will just close the show radius option. Right now it's exactly the opposite. We are aiming and we want the reveal object instead of deleting it. So at the fall off tab of the plane, we will create an invert, and voila, it's revealing our object by polygon based on the vertex map, and the vertex map is driven by our particle system. And to make it a little more interesting, first I will close this icon in Viewport, and a little bit more interesting, we can add some rotation to the particles. I will just increase a little bit, and maybe like that. I will also increase the rotation of the polygons. Yeah, I guess this is okay right now, and because it's more like depends on your personal taste, and you can also combine other MoGraph tools and manipulate more and create more variation about the polygons. And if you use metal-like shiny metal material with it, like I do at my example animation, this kind of quick polygonal rotations will be reflect light a lot and kind of looking cool in my opinion. And yes, this is the basic essence of the animation. Alright, to see it better, I will just bring our old trusty cloth surface to give it a little bit thickness. Just do it myself. Yeah. And I will also close the particle visibility. And yeah, that's the same basic system I used in almost every scene I showed earlier. And from this point now, I can control the radius of the vertex map animation, so maybe it will be much faster. Let me close this cloud surface, and we can increase the radius so it will be much faster. Wow, interesting. Oh, sorry. Maybe 20 will be much better. Yeah, seems great. Yeah, actually this setup is incredibly easy to build, but the effect is I really enjoy and seems really organic, and I hope you will guys find it fun and useful. And yeah, this is the essence of the same animations I showed earlier. Okay, that's it. Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about projection mapping shows, what to do, what to not, and some tips and tricks about 3D projection mapping design. And so this project took place in Istanbul at 2018, and one of the most famous landmarks in Istanbul, Galata Tower. We created this mapping content for the Istanbul Youth Festival's marketing campaign, and I really personally love projection mapping because we usually see our renders on screens, computer screens, mobile phones, etc. But combining motion graphic with the real architectural canvas is amazing feel to experience, and I love that feeling, and walking inside around the crowd and seeing the people's reactions, and it's really fun thing to do. Before jumping into the Cinema 4D and breaking down some of the actual scene files used in this projection mapping, I want to show you short part of the experience. Let's watch it first and we will continue. Yeah, this is one of the original scene files we used at projection mapping show. Nothing too fancy or complicated, just Voronoi fracture, sliced up volume, etc. But before moving into details about the animation, lighting, rendering tips, I just to give a little bit more information about the mapping template itself and how we set things up in real world, also in 3D environment. All right, so and the first thing we do was technical inspection, and we took a photograph, and exactly the location of the photograph where it is taken was incredibly important, because at event night we will set our projectors exactly at the same location, and our 3D model was modeled based on this perspective, because our shot cam, which is locked in here, also will match up with the projectors in real world, because almost same lens distortion and the same distance, we reconstruct 3D version of reality, but based on the photograph we took. So with this setup, once we render any animation and project it again on the surface, it will closely match our 3D content, will almost match onto the surface details. You know, the edge of the windows and the general architecture details will be almost same. And by doing that, we create the sense of perception and depth in real experience, during real experience. All right, so about the setup, that's insanely basic. I just used an N-side spline, and based on the points of the spline, it just breaks up the surface. And I used a plane effector, which was scaling down the piece of the Voronoi. And yeah, this is the animation. It's kind of simple to show, but anyway. Next, I want to talk about the lighting of the projection mapping shows. I always use a very small light source, because with this kind of small light sources, we will cast really hard shadows. Projection mapping is kind of weird thing to work on, because let me launch our Viewport IPR. You will understand what I'm talking about clearly. Yeah. Once we look at this render on screen, you know, it's not that interesting, or it's kind of ugly. You know, the completely black shadows. And one part of me tells me that, okay, you should use global illumination. You know, this is ugly. But that's a mistake. You should never open global illumination at projection mapping experiences. The small light sources and very contrasty hard shadows, almost pure black shadows, was the key thing to create depth and illusion. And many people made that mistake while creating content, because when they look at their renders, they immediately feel like, oh, I should add another light source here because it's too dark, it seems ugly. But things are a little bit different at projection mapping shows. I just want to say that. Another thing I want to share with you guys is the position of the light source. I always use light source is from bottom to up, because it will cast shadows on top of the surface. You know, the surface details will be much more visible, and the whole structure will feel much more bigger than it is. You know, if you think about it, every architectural, especially the historical architectural lighting systems, they always use this technique, because this creates a feeling that you are looking something stronger, something much more bigger. And yeah, actually, there are lots of other things to talk about projection mappings, and today I just highlighted some of the key techniques I use a lot. But that's all for me today. See you next time. And yes, thank you guys for being here with me today and watching my presentation. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I do and learned something new. My name is Orhan Sayın, and I'm the director of Cream Studio. And you can follow our studio via Instagram or Behance. And yeah, once again, thanks for joining me today. Hope to see you next time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. I'm here with Orhan. Orhan, amazing presentation, man. I really was blown away when I was seeing some of those techniques. It was elegantly executed. Great job, man.
Thank you so much. Means a lot for me.
So I got a lot of people enjoying it, and your fans out there want me to tell you that you're a genius.
Oh, come on. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So, well, coming off, there's a couple questions. One, how the projects are made. Is there a resolution or a perspective that you need to respect? So, how do you set up for doing a projection map, project?
First, we start with the technical inspection at the event area, and we start making some adjustments and with the technical team, and where we will install projectors and what will be the distance between projectors and the actual surface of the architecture, things like that. Once we measure the canvas size, in that case, Galata Tower, it was like 36 meter high and 20 meter width, and our resolution came up like, I guess it was 3.6K to 1.6K width. Because we didn't use any global illumination or any complex lighting setup, there was only small two or three area lights in many scenes, so it was relatively quick to render, and that was, I guess we rendered whole project around 2 days on a single machine with two 1080 Ti's GPU in it, and that's all. That was really quick and simple.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, given what it is. So it was still, I mean, for that scale, it was just the ratio, and so it's still like under 4K.
Yeah,
you were working. Yeah, that was amazing. So are you just recreating the same distance of the projectors on objects that are of the same size? Are you just using, same scale inside cinema?
Yeah, almost in every cases, we try to replicate the reality in 3D environment. So the camera lens distortion and the view perspective of the viewers. And if you replicate that kind of stuff as much as close into reality, it will be much more believable once you watch the actual show in event area.
Yeah. Is there any major differences? So you build it like that. Was there any was there anything off, even though you built it to scale? Was there what little adjustments did you make to make it just right after testing it?
Glad you asked it. We did some adjustment and try to match as much as close to the photograph we took at the first day of the inspection, and we kind of manipulated the geometry of the tower to exactly match onto the photograph. The tower 3D model of the tower is a little bit different from reality.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
That makes sense. So another question is, with the Vertex painting, can you think of another way to do that? Because some people were, wondering about X particles. If you don't have X particles, what would be an approach to do that if you didn't have X particles?
I think it's possible with the cloners. We might clone some little cubes or spheres onto a spline, and we can move that little clones over the surface, and also we can attach that cloner to the vertex map like I did with the X particles. And I think it will be a kind of same system. With that, we can create also same system with the Cinema 4D's native particle system. There's lots of way to do that kind of animations.
Definitely. And that's something, for those of you who tuned in or visited one of the 3D motion tour locations throughout the US and Europe, that's something that myself, Chris Schmidt, and EJ, we did, as well as Noseman. He did a number of cities with me, breaking down a lot of different effects to affect the different vertex painting. So if you haven't checked out the 3D motion show videos, check that out, because there's a number of techniques using collisions to actually affect the vertex, which is pretty amazing. It's an extremely powerful tool, and you use it so elegantly. So great job on that.
Indeed. Thank you.
Let's see. Questions coming in. How long is the process on one of your standard projects, from brainstorming, pre-production, all the way into production? So as soon as something, you're looking at it from the start, how long does one of these projects on average running you?
Yeah, I think there is not a single answer to these questions because it really depends on the client we have, the project scale we are working. We will work on it. It's really dependent on many different aspects. But usually from 1 week deadline times, that Galata Tower projection mapping kind of pop-up project. Last minute, our client decide to let's do it, let's start it. And we just had only 1 week from scratch to the actual event day. And that was really insanely...
Wait, 1 week for what? 1 week for...
Everything, from scratch to the actual event day, yeah.
Wow.
Sometimes that kind of situations can happen in Istanbul, especially. I named that kind of project pop-up projects. They just pop and you just dive into it. And some motion graphic projects, I guess, around 1 month usually. Many of our projects, yeah.
That's incredible. So, are you just working nonstop that week then on a project like this?
7 days, 24 hours.
24 hours. You'll sleep next week when it's over.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let's see. So what's the creative process like on this? That's another question that came in. What's the creative process as far as imagery and effects? Was it left to one artist, or is it like a group coming up and pitching ideas?
Me and my dear friend, I just mentioned in my presentation also, Hazal Koyuncuoğlu. She's an amazing artist and insanely talented. For every project, when we get the brief from our client, we sat down and start brainstorming on it. We use a technique called mind mapping. We start writing some ideas, some keywords about the theme of the project, what we are going to create. And after that, you guys, if you don't know how mind mapping works, please just search on the Google and you will love it if you are not using it. We use that technique a lot. And yeah, we start usually like that, brainstorming with my friends and writing down keywords and combining them together to create a storyline. And after that, I really love creating concept renders. I just sat down on the computer and start experimenting on it. If I feel stuck, I love taking some little walk around the Galata Tower. Our office is also nearby the Galata Tower. This historical place really inspires me, this old town and the culture of the city. I just take a little walk and think about the topic and think about the work, what I'm gonna do, and etc. And the process is like that for me.
Very cool. So mind mapping. So check that out, folks. Google that.
Definitely.
Look at that process. That's what they're using to be able to get these great ideas and get it all done within. Get it all done within a week. That's that's really something else. So what was it that really? Is there a project that you really want to work on? Is there, if there's a projection mapping done on another, monument or something like that? Is there anything that you personally would say, I really want to work on? I don't know, the Eiffel Tower.
Sydney Opera House building.
The Sydney Opera House.
That's great structure, great architecture, and that's really attracting me. I definitely work on it.
Yeah. So if you hear that Sydney Opera House, make a call. We want to see that too.
Hear me.
We want to see that too. Thank you so much, Orhan. This was an amazing presentation. I know we're going to be looking at this again and again and breaking down a lot of these different techniques again in the future that you did. So thank you so much. And we'll definitely be checking you out on all of your Instagrams and everything else. So thanks again for joining us. We're going to take a quick commercial break, folks, and we will see you guys after this. Orhan, thank you.
Thank you. Many thanks to Maxwell family. Bye.
Ciao.
makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Create without limits with precision mobile workstations. Maximum power, speed, and performance when and wherever you need it. So you can perfect every pixel. Break ground in unexpected places. And make the most extraordinary ideas a reality. Discover your next big idea. Precision mobile workstations. Create without limits.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based Mocap templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Mograph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the Mograph Podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from Mograph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our Mograph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done.
Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny. All right. I'm going to live forever.
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, on all the social media here at Maxon World Headquarters in, well, it's not World Headquarters, it's the Maxon US Headquarters. So we're here showcasing all the different amazing artists from around the world that we have in the lineup. If you guys enjoyed it so far, hopefully you're on the chat joining us, communicating with artists from all over. We have another great duo, and coming up next is Maxim and Johanna Crofts. So check them out, and we'll be back for Q&A right after this.
Hi! We are Ida and Maker, London-based duo creating moving images.
We are designers, directors, producers, and creators.
We moved from Czech Republic and opened our studio 2 years ago as a freelancers, and since then we were lucky to work with Google, Nike, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Coco and Eve, and Emerge.
We make design-driven 3D motion graphics to tell complex stories. We believe in the freedom of creativity and local independence, working remotely from around the world, but especially with people from the UK and the USA.
Right now we are visiting Vancouver, and next month we are planning a business trip to San Francisco and Los Angeles.
I've been using Cinema 4D for 4 years now, and Joanna started to learn cinema 2 years ago.
Yeah, we love it because it's super easy to get into and it has a lot to offer.
It has an awesome compatibility with other 3D and 2D software that we use. But most importantly, Cinema 4D is an industry standard that ties different workflows of different professionals together, and that makes it very powerful in collaborations.
We are super excited to share our first show reel as a creative duo.
紹介させていただきます。アイデア&メーカー。
In our presentation, we'll give you some tips on art direction and design, show you different types of redshift lights, and explain how to animate 3D hands using motion tracking device.
I will talk about inspiration. We will do Cinema 4D modeling freestyle and how to make a model of shoe. At the end, I will show you how to block out materials for texturing.
We use Cinema 4D from concept ideas to final output. And on the way, we'll go through some critical steps that we want to show you.
Early in the process, we are trying to set the idea and communicate the main message. And we do this by making quick R&Ds images to see what works. It's a very good way of setting up the direction.
We also use these still images to build a storyboard. The more R&D you do, the more materials you have to create a story.
Having a storyboard is helping us moving on the next stage, making an animatic. This is an important step that defines the basic structure of individual scenes. For some specific scenes, we always trying to create collection of assets to see which one works. It's nice to have a few options.
By having a clear vision and progressing in steps, we have a chance to try different visual elements without redoing what we already built. So, even by making wireframe render, you set down a rough composition which tells you if the shot will be successful. Then you can easily change the direction without wasting so much time. Next, we'll talk about how to build an interior and use different types of lights. First, I made the room by placing down primitive objects as cubes, cylinders, or planes. I used figure object to measure different elements of the room like walls, window, and the table. The figure object is a great tool for those kinds of measurements. It's important to keep the right size as you would in real life.
We modeled furniture based on references, and then we used different types of redshift light. Starting with the dome light. It's visible through the window, and we use a custom gradient plugged into HDAR. Portal lights work perfectly with dome light, and they bring the outside light source into the room. First portal light comes from the window, and it creates this nice reflection on the floor. Second portal creates a blue tint on the back of the wall. Third portal is on the left side and brings another blue tint into the scene, this time to the front walls. Last portal hangs from the ceiling and ties the whole scene together. Here we have all the portals together, creating the mood of the scene.
We use area lights all the time, especially for product shots. You can basically use two area lights with or without dome light to create stunning images. In this setup, we used area lights to add the white light into the scene and balance those blue and orange tints coming from the portals. One area light is behind the wall and creates this nice artificial light. There are another two areas on the right. This is the first one, and this is the second one. There's another area light coming from the left side as well. And this is how the whole scene looks with all the area lights on.
Another type of redshift lights are spotlights. In our scene, they are giving a definition to objects and making them more interesting.
We also added 5 point lights to the scene to replicate lights coming from the bulbs.
The last type we used is emission light to add a couple of extra details to our interior.
And here's how the final scene looks like with all the lights on.
So for the recap, we have a portal, area, spot, point, and the emission light.
Yeah, so we hope that's helpful for you. Now I'll show you how to make hand animations using a hand tracking device. All you need is Cinema 4D, a hand tracking device, and a software for reading motion tracking data called Animate2 from Delicode with plugin for Cinema 4D, Delicode Animate Receiver. After I set up all the necessary settings in Animate2, I will open Animate Receiver plugin in Cinema 4D, and under Receive tab, I need to make sure that my IP address port number matches. I'll go back to Create tab. I move it over here, and what I have is an export of das 3D model. This is a full model view, so it's just a body in T-pose. And what I did is mix this T-pose with Mixamo Rig, and this gives you all the necessary joints here, even for the fingers. I hide this for now, and I have just the hands. Next, I create a null object and call it motion tracking data. I drag and drop this null to the root input. I click Receive tab and I click on Start Receiving button. When I move my hand above motion tracking device, a few black dots appear. Those are the individual tracking points of the hand. I'll hide the mesh for now, and you can see those dots making a shape of the hand. And it moves as I move my hand above motion tracking device. For better visibility, I select all the created nulls, and under Object tab, I change the display mode from dots to cube and orientation to XY. I also change display color to something maybe yellowish. Now I press Start Receiving, and you can see the hand moving again, now with those cubes. Let's unhide the mesh and move the body to the roughly the same position as our tracking points. Cool, I think this should work. I need to create a default pose to match the tracking points with the position of my joints. And I do that by clicking Receive button under default pose. And I do this a couple of times. The better you match the position, the more accurate movements you get. Cool. So after a few tries, I think this should do for our test. The next step is under Connect tab. Here, we need to link all those tracking points with our joints. So let's do that. You need to know the right anatomical names for the joints, but that's easy to find out. I found this picture on the Google for you. Got it. Now just press Connect All button and everything should be set up. Let's test this. By pressing Start Receiving button again and moving my hand above the motion tracking device, I should see the hand moving in real time.
Wow, it's really nice to see.
Right? Now I'm gonna increase the timeline and record my movements. I usually do a few takes before I pick the right one.
That's smooth. That's really nice.
Let's watch the animation. I really like to see that. Yeah,
it's nice.
Yeah, I think the finger is a little bit off, but I would fix that by doing a new default pose. But for our testing purposes, I think fine. I leave it as it is.
Yeah.
That's it. You've got your animation ready. I'm gonna use this as a base and do some more cleanup and smoothing out the movements. I'm gonna show you a cool trick that I do, and it smooths everything out. So I go to the timeline, select all the keyframes, and as you can see, it's really slow because we've got a lot of keyframes. And I go to Functions, Key Reducer, and I put a low number, like 3%, so I don't destroy the movements completely. So after I do that, all those keyframes got reduced, and I've got much less of them. But it keeps the same extreme values. It's much more flexible to work with them now. One last thing I'm gonna do, select all the keyframes again and just put easy ease on everything. So it gets rid of all the harsh movements as well.
Now let's check those hand animation in the final video. Next, we want to talk about our studio project named Creative Laboratory, Part 1, Future Shopping. This video is reacting on the recent events that changed the way we live.
This project actually started a while ago with developing our avatars for testing different techniques and messing around.
Thanks, Marta, for your help on the avatars.
Cheers! We even created an avatar of Panda, our dog. She's so cute, right?
Yeah, shout out to Preston for help. So of course we wanted to experiment with our avatars. We imagined that everyone in the future will have an avatar that will somehow interact with virtual reality. We decided to show a shopping experience for our avatars, featuring Idea and Maker, Retail Market and 3D bootleg clothes of our favorite fashion brands.
We wouldn't make it without our good friend and amazing 3D clothing designer, Alex Manrique. Definitely check out his work.
Yeah, thanks for help. Thanks
Cheers,
for your
Alex.
help, Alex. Cheers. Now I want to talk a bit about our inspiration and where to find it. I was always interested in history of art. I've seen many museums and art galleries around the world. My favorite ones are Foundation Jean Miro in Barcelona and Peggy Guggenheim collection in Venice. But since the pandemic started, I needed to search for inspiration elsewhere. I found an app that features collection and archives from thousands of museums worldwide. And you can even virtually walk in those galleries. I have recently visited Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao and I definitely recommend it to check it out. Another great resource are digital magazines. I spend a lot of time reading specialized mediums about fashion, architecture, design, interior, art or technology. More than anything about motion and 3D. I usually find very talented people with unique perspectives and I can research further.
Wow, that's cool.
Of course, books are still very important source of knowledge. But since we move around, I can afford to have too many books. But this one I'm showing you, it's very cool. The name of the book is The Tale of Tomorrow and inside you can find lots of inspiration from modern architecture. I love fashion and I'm a massive fan of South Korean fashion designers. My absolute favorite is Minju Kim. She was a big inspiration for the code in this project. Other fashion brands I follow are from Stockholm, Italy, the UK and people around Fashion Week in Helsinki.
I love Minju Kim.
Yeah, she's super cool.
She's so cool.
Yeah. Altogether, I'm trying to look deeply into what I am interested in. Every city has a different trend and style, and that's what excites me the most when I travel. So if you're starting with a project, personal or commercial, and you struggle to find the right inspiration, you can find someone to collaborate with, go to creative place, real or digital, look for cool books or search for what excites you. It can be fashion, it can be music, architecture, game, anything really. And Cinema 4D is a great tool to try those things in one way or another.
Yeah, Cinema 4D is really great tool to do all kind of things and I use it for modeling a lot. What I want to do is take sketches that Joanna did and create those objects in Cinema 4D. What I will do is a little bit of freestyling to create those objects using basic shapes and native Cinema 4D tools. I'll start with this one. The easier thing to do is to block out basic shapes and that's exactly what I do. First, with a cube. Then, I add a sphere. I will roughly position this sphere in the corner of a cube. Next, I add a cylinder. I make it bigger and use the slice option to create the back of the chair. I'm trying to make some sense in the position of individual objects so they connect with each other and the structure is balanced. And just move around those objects. Now I'm adding a front part, the leg. I have a shape in mind but for now I just add some basic primitives to work with later. Now I have my armchair from basic shapes ready. I made the cube editable, but I'm still getting the basic shape right until I'm happy. I did a few cuts to prepare my geometry for arms. Using Polygon Pen, shortcut ME, and Close Polygon Hole, shortcut MD, to fill deleted polygons. Now, with Bevel, shortcut MS, I will make those round edges. A little bit of rearrangement, and I think the structure looks much more stable. Next, I think I want to do is to connect the main shape with the back. I do this to make the geometry clean, and I even dissolve unnecessary edges. There you go, right click and dissolve, poof, and the edges are gone. Perfect, I have this as one object now. And this will help me later when I will try to tweak the shape. Last piece is the front leg, and I use Boolean tool to subtract cylinder from the cube. And what I get is this nice shape that I really like, and it's still procedural, so I can go back and change the shape if I need it. Last detail changes to make it more comfy and make the structure even more stable. I basically don't like the thin shape of the back, so I'm just selecting half of the polygons and just rescaling the Y direction. Cool, and that's it. We've got our chair. Last thing I want to do is create the UV maps. I do that by creating a material. I go to Color, Texture, Surfaces, and I find a checkboard. And when I add this material to individual objects, you can see where the UVs are destroyed. I change the sphere type to hexagon. I find this the best arrangement of polygons, and this is just my preferred way of working with spheres. Now I switch my layout to UV mapping. In Cinema 4D, you've got few types of projection: sphere, cylinder, frontal, flat, cubic, cubic 2, box, and sphere. And for simple shapes like this, it works very well. Here you go. So
awesome!
Yeah.
Wow! That was really good.
Yeah. So usually you get the model from me like this, right?
Yeah.
And you do just textures
Yeah.
on top of it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Let's start with the second sketch. I want to create just one gate and then scale that down. Let's see how I manage to do it. What I'm gonna use here is a primitive spline shapes. I think they're really powerful and I really like to use them with a spline mask. It's very similar to working with Illustrator, but here it's even more procedural. So basically what I did, after some trial and error, I've managed to create a gate just with two rectangles that I've added to a spline mask and put the operation mode on subtract, then extruding this shape, creating this gate. I put my gate in the cloner and just scaling down the axis and moving the Z direction to keep the other gates in the middle. As you can see, I always switch from perspective mode to 4 views so I can see the side and the front of my object as well. I really like to work in 2D views as well, especially with the splines. It makes a lot of sense. I created a copy of a cloner and moved that into a hidden bin folder, where I keep those procedural setups before I make things editable, in case I need to go back. I'll extrude a separate plane from the top of the main gate and just scale it a little bit. Then, using a cloner and scaling the axis, I make 2 more layers, making them editable as well, and I just select all my objects and play with the overall shape a little bit more to make them more cozy. Now for the last roof layer, I extrude a separate plane again. I make it a little bit thicker and not that wide. I couldn't find the split tool, so I just subdivided the shape and I'm gonna dissolve some edges. Now I select every other edge and then move it down a little bit. I take the bevel tool and create those waves. Now I'm just checking my shape, if everything's right, I'm looking at it from different angles. And I'm really happy with it, so I just moved the roof a little bit and
it's looking
it's
very
good to go.
Yeah.
So here we have those two models together. And I just forget to do the UV, so I just do it really quickly for the second object. Here you see how the UVs are messed up.
Yeah.
So I just select every shape and just use the box projection. It works very well.
And it's good. Oh,
yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm super happy.
Next, I'm gonna talk about how to model more complex objects. As an example, I have this Prada shoe. I did modeling and UV mapping. I had a real life reference and two pictures from the side and from the bottom. As you already saw, with modeling, I usually create a cube and then reshaping into more similar shape to my reference, keeping it as low poly as possible. And I'm adding details when I'm sure the shape is right, because it's really hard to come back to original shape. That's why I'm also keeping those procedural setups in my bin folder. Based on those two pictures, I'm starting with the sole, because this shoe has very unique shape and the bottom structure defines the whole object. It's like building a house. You need to get to your foundations first. I'm using a subdivision surface to quickly iterate from low poly to high poly in non-destructive way. Cinema 4D has a great toolset to keep your shapes procedural. Another example is bevel tool, but in this case I use bevel as modeling technique, which is faster. Another modeling tools I use are extrusion, loop cuts, knife tool, but basically I move the points a lot. Using symmetry, I can quickly replicate what I did on one side and copy that to another side, which saves a lot of time. Another tool I like to use is a polygon pen. It's a very powerful tool that can extrude edges, snap points and polygons together, and especially moves the point around, keeping them on the surface. That's very handy in retopology, but I use it in many different situations. Now I'm done with the sole and I can move to blocking out the main body shape. I extrude some polygons, split them, and move the points around to get the shape right. Sometimes I jump into sculpting, where I can manipulate the polygons in a very natural and organic way. It's not that fancy as ZBrush, for example, but I like the simplicity of Cinema 4D sculpting, and I also don't have to jump between softwares. So, in this part, I actually tried to do a scan of the shoe with my iPhone.
Yeah, it was really funny, but it didn't work out as we expected.
Yeah, at least I had a better reference for the body shape, and I went back to Cinema 4D to adjust the shape of my shoe. After I was happy with the body shape, I went to UV mapping and I draw directly on the mesh my reference for those extra elements.
Wow, this is super creative. I'm in shock. Like, this is
Thanks.
Super nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the only way I have to do it. Yeah. I don't know how else.
But this is very interesting, and I think it's a good way to do it actually.
Yeah, probably. Another interesting tool is Project Mesh that does exactly that. And I projected my polygon meshes back to the body before I use extrusion. And I do the same for all the extra parts. From now on, I work on details because I don't expect to change the body shape, moving points around, adding details and making sure the symmetry is right. So basically I'm making one side of the shoe. With symmetry, I quickly have the second side and I project that side with Project Mesh tool, and then I use Polygon Pen to move points around to keep the surface. And I connect those two parts together afterwards and smooth everything out with a smooth sculpting tool.
Wow, that's insane. I mean, wow, it's very impressive.
Again, there's a lot of work on details, and I think it's very relaxing to watch this in a time lapse. The tools I'm using are native in Cinema 4D, and it's just a few techniques over and over again. I think with modeling, the more you do, the better you get. If you are starting with modeling, try something simple, moving to more complex objects, trying different tools.
Yeah, because this is for someone who already know few good,
Yeah, I think I'm better in hard surface modeling, and you're better in sculpting, for example.
I love sculpting. I prefer sculpt something than actually model something.
Then move points around.
Points, and it's a little
that's
bit.
what I like.
It's a little bit technical for me, but I love to watch it. It's awesome, and it's something that I could never create actually.
Yeah, I would never create a sculpting, I don't know, orc or something. So maybe you'll find sculpting suits you better. There's volumetric modeling, hard surface modeling, kit bashing. It really depends on what you want to model. But there's nothing in the world you couldn't replicate in 3D, and that's what I enjoy about modeling.
Wow, thank you so much.
By pressing M, you can see all the modeling tools at once. The shortcuts I use the most are MT for Extrude tool, ME for Polygon pen, MS for Bevel, ML for Loop Cut, and MW for Extrude Inner.
Yeah, that's something that you have to know before you start modeling.
Yeah, it makes things much quicker.
Much easier, yeah. Even the symmetry tool, it's super helpful, super easy to understand.
Yeah, there are so many tools and you can use them in many different ways. So I'm not saying the way I do modeling is the right way to do, but it definitely is a way to do it, and it's important that you will find your way.
Yeah, I think everyone it's using the software differently, which is absolutely fine. And yeah.
Press U for selection options, and here I use UL for loop selection. This is a must-learn shortcut, so definitely remember that. UF for fill selection, US for subdivision. This is useful for quickly adding polygons. I actually don't even know what other tools are and what they do, and I think that's totally fine.
Yeah, maybe you learn it with some another project or with some another challenge.
Yeah, maybe you will never use it.
Maybe you never find it. Who knows? But you can always find something absolutely new
and
exciting in Cinema 4D.
In sculpting mode, I'm adjusting the mesh with Grab tool. Then I use Pull tool to pull, or by holding Control, you can change this to push into the mesh. And by holding Shift, you automatically use Smooth tool. I really like Smooth tool, and I always do just a few clicks on a big amount of polys to make the connection between points smoother. Now I'm working on the inside part of the body. It was really easy to get this mesh just by extrusion. The laces are done with spline and sweep tool. This procedural approach gives me the control of laces shape and thickness. As we already mentioned, Cinema 4D works very well with other software. I recreated the typo in Illustrator and just imported the Illustrator file to Cinema 4D as splines. And the awesome thing is that you can still manipulate those splines and extrude them as a mesh. Again, before I did that, I used the projection to match the surface curvature. To make holes in the mesh, I simply use Boolean tool. The UV maps are created directly in Cinema 4D as well. And the advantage here is that I can quickly switch into modeling and fix any problems I've missed before. For example, sometimes I forgot to tick select only visible elements and it messes up some points that were hidden in my viewport.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, so I'm fixing the geometry on the go when I'm doing my UVs. I have a feeling that a lot of people are afraid of UVs. It may be intimidating, yeah, but that's why I like Cinema 4D. It's a gateway to different parts of 3D work, and you can learn basic just with few tools, and most of the time it will do the job. But you can still take this knowledge to more task-specialized software.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I'm almost done with the shoe. The only thing I did after UVs is to block different materials for texturing, but that's in the next part, and that's what Joanna will show you.
Yay!
Yeah, this is the final result.
Wow, I enjoyed the process a lot, and the final product looks amazing. Congratulations, Maxim.
Oh, thank you. You're so nice.
This is perfect.
So kind. And I'm looking forward to what you're gonna show us next.
Yeah, let's see.
Before we jump into material blocking, I want to demonstrate a few tools that I was talking about earlier. Starting with the shelf tool, and here we have subdivision surface, symmetry, bool tool, and spline mask. First one is symmetry. This one is pretty straightforward. I will create a cube, put it underneath the symmetry, and I need to make sure which mirror plane I'm using and move it in the X direction. So this is it. We've got two objects that are in symmetry. Spline mask works with the spline objects here. So I can create rectangle, move it underneath the spline mask, and the circle, and move it underneath spline mask as well. Now, move the circle up, and you can see those two shapes are connected. It's even better to see in the 2D view. And spline mask has different modes as subtract or union. And I always need to make sure my axes are right. So I will keep it on union and create an extrude and move the spline mask under extrude to create like this 3D shape. Cool, and I can even increase the thickness. Move a circle a little bit down and I've got this nice shape very quickly. Okay, let's go to the next one, Bully tool. That works exactly the same as spline mask, but with 3D objects. So I will create a cube and a sphere. I move the sphere up and put both objects under Bully. And immediately the sphere gets cut from the cube. It's got a few Boolean operations as well, as subtract, intersect, and the union. So I will leave it on subtract and change the hierarchy. Move the cube on top of the sphere, so the cube gets cut from the sphere. Just change the display mode and increase the segments of the sphere to get more details. I can move it up and down, scale it, and I have a shape like this, which is very nice and quick. So the next one is subdivision surface, and subdivision surface just smooths the edges of the object. So in this case, the cube becomes a sphere. The more segments I have, the less it gets smoothed out. But it's always really like round and nice. Okay, those were the shelf tools. And the next one, I want to show you some modeling operations like extrude and bevel, etc. So let me just quickly organize my meshes and objects. I call this modeling operations, and I create a copy of a null, call it shelf tools, and here we had symmetry, boolean, subdivision surface, extrude, and inside extrude we use display mask. Okay, let's hide those. And first modeling operation will be extrude. The shortcut is MC. So make my cube editable by pressing C. It's very straightforward. You can extrude polygon from polygon and create more complicated shapes. The next one is extrude inner. The shortcut is MW. Double select the polygon and use my extrude inner to extrude inside the polygons. Now I can, for example, extrude that polygon inside my cube to create a hole. Another modeling operation will be bevel. And with bevel you can select multiple edges or just one in my case. And just use MS is the shortcut for bevel to make a cut like this. Because I have no subdivisions, it was just straight. But if I put 3 subdivisions, for example, you get round edges like this. The last one I want to show you is a subdivide. Again, this is really straightforward and the shortcut is US, mesh to multiple polygons. So the next type I want to show you are cuts. So there are few types of cuts. The first one is loop cut. The shortcut is ML. I use this one the most, I think, and it creates loop cuts basically. Like this. We can use a knife tool for cuts. You can cut anywhere on the angle and it doesn't cut in the back, but if you uncheck visible only, you can cut the back side as well. Another cut is a plane cut, and I use a split operation in the plane cut a lot. I'll show you how to do it. So the shortcut is MJ. You just change the mode to split. You increase number of cuts to, for example, 5, and you use local plane mode and you can cut like this. You can increase the spacing if you need, or you can use regular slice on different plane. And you can use the split tool to cut your cube into 5 same pieces. So plane cut / split. Now I want to show you one of my favorite tools, which is pen tool, and I'm gonna use polygon object from the top view, and shortcut is ME for polygon pen, and I can move points around, but I can also extrude edges by holding Ctrl. And it snaps very nicely to other points, and even you can snap points very organically. You don't have to change to different tool. You can move points around, extrude edges and snap points together with one tool, which is awesome. And you can also use the pen tool to cut things, same as the knife tool. Basically. The last tools I want to show you are sculpt tools. So let's just quickly name this sculpt and create one sphere, change the type and increase the segments. Cool. Make it editable. So I will name this one grab tool, and the second mesh I will name pool. And I'm increasing the brush size with my middle mouse button. So this is grab tool, just move big chunks of mesh, and you can even use symmetry, but I'm not gonna demonstrate that. It has more options, of course, as any tool. So with pull tool, you can pull the mesh and just increase the pressure. So this is how you pull into the mesh, and you can smooth everything by holding Shift. You can pull in the mesh again, like this. Or you can even push inside the mesh by holding Control. And again with Shift, smooth everything. Like that. Nice. So the last tool I want to show is Project Mesh. So I will create a copy of this sphere, and I create a plane that I will move somewhere here, and I will make a plane editable by pressing C and scale a little bit down. Now I click Project Mesh. I put source my sphere, untick everything, and just click project. So it gets projected on the original sphere, which is crazy. But I have my tag, and I can access the projected mesh. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use current state to object to create a copy of my plane, and I'm gonna call it plane new, and this one I'm gonna call plane original, hide it. Okay, let's just quickly organize everything. Gonna use this null as project mesh, hide my scope. So I have my sphere as a source, I have my original plane, and I've got my new plane that I can now access because I've made it current state to object. So now if I move the points, they don't get stuck on the original source. So I need to take the project result to keep the points on the surface. And when I move them, they are still on the sphere, which is very nice and very handy.
When I do material blocking, I use a tool called Set Selection, and it's hidden here under the Select. To see this tool, I need a polygon mesh. I create a cube and I make it editable by pressing C. I can select these two polygons now, go to Select, and press Set Selection. Now I have stored this selection under Selection tag, and I can select polygons, deselect polygons, hide polygons, unhide polygons, or select and hide others. I need to use this tool often, and there is no shortcut. It would be very time consuming to go all the way here to press the Set Selection button. So instead, I go to Window, Customization and Customized Commands. Here, you can find all the Cinema 4D tools. I search for Set Selection, and I just move this tool in my Shelf tool. I will delete my selection tag to start fresh. Select all polygons by pressing Ctrl A and subdivide the cube with US shortcut. By pressing UL, I have Loop Selection tool, and I will select some polygons. Pressing Set Selection, I get selection tag. Then I will name selection 1. If I'm adding new selection or changing the existing one, I need to make sure if I have my selection tag selected. Because I had the tag selected, it got replaced with a new selection. Like this. If I select some polygons and I press Set Selection without tag selected, it creates a new tag. And I can name this tag Selection 2. Having two tags, I can jump between different selections and hide polygons as needed, or adding new selection to the existing one. I will create two materials with different colors and link those selections with materials. Now, anytime I update a selection, the material will update because it's linked to that selection. What I have here is a lambic file of clothes. It's a one mesh without any materials. Using file selection, I will select different parts and press Set Selection to store it under a tag. For organization purposes, I have to name material selection tag and object exactly the same. I will block the materials piece by piece, starting with boom bag. The name of individual pieces are, for example, boom bag zip slider or boom bag front details, and I have different colors for those pieces as well. In polygon selection, I'm using Hide and Unhide Polygons button to make sure I'm storing everything. Selection tag helps me to quickly select sorted polygons. After I'm done with blocking the colors, I create the same amount of copies of the mesh. Give them the same name as selection and material, and delete unnecessary polygon. Now I have the individual pieces as separate meshes with the same name as material. Having a selection tags, I can select all polygons related to boom bag, delete them, and move on to different part of clothing. The same way I block materials for coat and the dress. I just want to mention that I use standard Cinema 4D materials. After I'm done with blocking out, I need to check my UVs. It looks like they are overlapping, and this is bad. To fix that, I go to Optimal Mapping tab, leave the settings on Optimal, Cubic, tick 2D and spacing 2%. This will automatically rearrange my UV maps.
And I do that for every mesh.
Yeah, exactly. And then you are ready to export your file to the different program, or you can stick with a Cinema 4D and start texturing. Personally, I think you have to be really organized in this process because it's very important for the next step.
So this is it.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. We are so excited to share our process and show you how we work and what we do.
Yeah, hopefully you will learn something. Maybe we inspire you a little bit.
And if you want to learn more about us, you can follow us on Instagram, on LinkedIn,
Twitter,
Facebook,
TikTok, everywhere.
Yeah. So see you out there. See you soon.
Yeah, stay tuned for more.
Bye.
Welcome back to the show.
Again.
Maxim, Joanna, welcome. Thank you so much for the presentation. Excellent job.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
having
us.
us.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, so all the way from Vancouver. So luckily you guys are, I think, the only other artist in the same time zone as me. So we still have a little bit of light outside, which is a joy. But my light is all orange because of the fires here. So I hope you're staying safe up there. So got a number of questions coming in, and if you guys have questions, just type them in the chat. And to make sure that I get my eyes on them, just at me. So at Matthias Omatola in the YouTube chat, or if you're chatting on 3dmotionshow.com, just at me. I'll be able to get those, and my team will toss them in my little list of questions here. Starting with, are you using Leap of Motion? Somebody was wondering about that.
So we were using Animate 2 software, and you can use any tracking device with that software. If it's Leap Motion, you can use Kinect or any other, like anything that tracks hands.
What's the name of it? iMate?
Animate.
Oh, Animate. Yeah, Animate. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that years ago. I played with that a little bit. Yeah, so you can just plug in and take any of that data. Very cool. Somebody was wondering what hardware you were using.
Yeah, so you can use any motion tracking device.
And any of that. All right.
Yeah, we've tried a few, so yeah.
Very cool. Working with the mocap data, somebody was wondering, cleaning that up. Do you clean up the mocap data by hand, or are you using any techniques to help clean up the mocap data that you bring in?
Yeah, so the only thing that we did was key reducer. It helped a lot. Like when you have just a few keyframes, it's really easy to work with that. But this is the only cleaning. I haven't even go any further after key reducer.
Key reducer, and that's just inside Cinema?
Yeah, that's in timeline window.
So if you guys are working with mocap data, check out Key Reducer. You can do a search on that. I wonder if we have anything on that in Cineversity. If you guys in Cineversity, let me know. Somebody let me know, and I'll post that link so we can share a little bit about that. Somebody's wondering, can it be worked with real time without recording the data? So are you just getting a natural data feed in, whether recording or not?
Basically, when you play the timeline, and you move your hand, it moves real time in the viewport. So I guess if you put some like X particles or any particles, it could interact with the hand, or even like soft bodies or anything. I guess.
Very cool.
I haven't tried, but it's a good thing.
Yeah, it just shows up in the viewport, and it's just
let me know.
In the viewport. Very cool. Somebody was wondering, how long did it take to model the shoe in real time?
Yeah, so it was the first time that I've modeled something like comprehensive like this. So
yeah, and the shoe is very complicated.
Yeah, it's very complicated.
It looks like it.
Standard shoe. So I need to like figure out lots of things, how to do it. And I've modeled something like 2 or 3 times as well. So it took 3 weeks. But like a week was just waste of time, I think.
1 week of wasting time.
Yeah.
1 week of wasting time, 2 weeks of work.
Time.
I like it. Can you talk a little bit about the lighting for the shoe? There were some questions about how did you get everything lit?
Yeah, it's just 2 lights from right and from left, and I think there's 1 light in the back as well, like a backlight, and it's just a plane, and on the plane I've put a redshift tag, and you can get rid of the everything apart from the reflection, so that's why it looks like slick like that. So you've got the shoe and just a plane with reflection on.
Very cool. Now, what roles are you guys mostly playing? Is it is there couple things that you really love to do, Johanna, and a couple things, Maxim, that you just absolutely love, or do you constantly go back and forth with the different techniques and different aspects of a project?
I think different techniques, probably.
Yeah.
But
I think we bounce around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do something, and I don't know what to do anymore. So I call Johanna.
Yes.
And she's like, yeah, you need to do this, or I'm gonna do this, and I'm like, yeah, okay. And sometimes I pick up like her work, and I do something with that. So it's always like
it's collaboration from the start to the end.
Yeah, you sometimes get really really stuck with something, and it's good to have this other person like to help you with and
Yeah,
to give
and
you
say
like,
like, oh
different
my god,
perspective.
this is terrible.
Yeah, and I'm like after 5 hours.
Now, is there anything that you absolutely hate and you always try and put it on the other person that you're like, you know what, I don't want to do that. Let me see if I can get. Is there one part that you're always just like, you know what, I'll just want someone else to do it, and you always try and do that? Or is there one part you love and you always want to do that part? Which parts are your favorite?
I think I love like texturing and making my own materials in the Redshift, and of course like pick up like the right colors, right mood, and like the direction. Yeah, and Maxim is like model. He's like he can model everything. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have anything that I like hate.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like
everything is fun.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
There's some things that I like
at the end of the day
give to Joanna, but like I'm really sneaky about it, so I'm not gonna tell what it is.
This is a secret between us.
It's a secret. Yeah, giving away how to hack each other's workflows is okay. Yeah. How to get him to do the projects you don't want in a kind and nice way, and vice versa. So, okay. So somebody was wondering, why did you work with triangles on your meshes? It looked like there was a lot of tries.
Yeah. So it was like exported model from
Marvelous Designer. So we get the mesh basically like that, right?
Yeah, and we had it's prepared for the animation as well. So we exported Alembic file from the Marvelous Designer. So to do like, I'm not sure if you could be able like to remesh every part for every frame. I think it would be like very hard to do, and I mean it's not worth it sometimes. Like you've got so much work, like you could just leave it as it is.
It just worked. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Because you already did the simulation, right? So it was already, the data was already over, so it wasn't like you had to do the calculations again in Cinema. You just needed it textured, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that's, you know, why do more work? Why do more work? You don't have to. Just get the texturing.
Yeah. If it's personal project, it's different. Yeah. If it would be paid work, we would be happy to do lots of work.
Exactly. So, yeah, how did the career of a 3D modeler begin? So someone's just wondering in general, I guess your first like 3D modeling gig. Do you have a little story about that? How you first got a gig doing that, or?
I don't have like 3D modeling gigs. I'm a generalist. I'm just generalist that likes modeling.
Yeah, but we started, I guess, I don't know, like as a designers from 2D, and then we switched like to the 3D. And for me, it was a little bit harder, I think, to understand. I'm not gonna lie, it's still like I'm like learning everything, but yeah. It was a fun way.
Yeah.
And you started as a...
Yeah, I started like 4 years ago, and I didn't know any modeling by then. And I don't know, you just progress, like you get like more difficult tasks and more difficult tasks, and you're trying to model something simple like a table, and then something more complicated like a house. Or like building.
Or the shoe is
the shoe is very
or a shoe.
It was like the most complicated thing I did.
Yeah, not very. A lot of non-primitive shapes in a shoe. So everything's a custom shape. Let's see. Someone's saying they have their own visual aesthetic and their own style. Do you consciously work towards that, or is that how they design? So is there like a style that you consciously, constantly try and put your own spin on it, or did that just happen to be how, you know, most of your work for clients and things have been?
Yeah, I think like clients just like choosing us sometimes because of our style or what we made. So it's like yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, but yeah, we love like trying new things, and we are like totally open to do something different than just what we are doing. So yeah, but I would say, yeah, we have like some style, and we're trying to a little bit like keep it, but not.
Did it start off that you kind of presented your own style and clients said, "Oh, we like that," or were you pitching on a project and then you developed style for a client and then they liked it and then you kept in that same style, kept going and going, or did you already have a style that more clients from the start liked?
Yeah, as you said, I think we are developing style for a client.
As well,
yeah, so based on like their brief, we can go more like cartoonish or more
realistic,
more like illustrative or more like realistic. Yeah, there's many ways. Like it also depends like on the client's budget, for example, client's timing. So we create the style based on this as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but sometimes they just like found our work on Behance or somewhere else, and they just like want like similar style. So yeah.
Do something like this, but for us.
yeah.
That's the client brief as it is. I want it like this, but not like this, but for us. Did you create the UVs in R21 or newer, or were you using the old UV tools?
It's old UV. Yeah.
Are you guys excited about the new UV tools?
Yeah, I was super excited. I was finished the shoot and I saw the R22. I was like, no.
All that time. Just give it back. Give it all back.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for being on the show. It's great having you. Thank you for sharing your inspiration and your artwork. And I'm sure a lot more folks are going to be following you on Instagram and everywhere else. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Any last things you guys want to say to our friends and nerd family around the world?
Yeah, so follow us on Instagram. We're mostly there.
And stay in touch because we're traveling a lot and we're up for some beers or something.
And we've got more projects coming soon.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to it. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow, bright and 30 at 8:30 Pacific time. We're going to leave you with Chad Erdeman's piece, Le Artiste, who's going to be on tomorrow evening, or that evening, depending on where you are. It'll be the last presentation of the day. So check out Le Artiste by Chad Erdeman. See you tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, shortly our gallery will close its doors. We hope you enjoyed our exhibition on the Antonio Reggaeton and wish you a pleasant day.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Show me just what you got.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Create without limits with Precision Mobile Workstations. Maximum power, speed, and performance when and wherever you need it. So you can perfect every pixel. Break ground in unexpected places. And make the most extraordinary ideas a reality. Discover your next big idea. Precision Mobile Workstations. Create without limits.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based Mocap templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Mograph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the Mograph Podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from Mograph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our Mograph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny. All right. I'm going to live forever.
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.